Hey, what's going on guys, Nishant here with CG4 and welcome to another Blender tutorial. Today in this tutorial I'm gonna teach you guys how to create a custom Game Boy with the help of Sub-Div type of 3D modeling. Why Sub-Div? Because it is the most important and the preferable type of 3D modeling technique used by almost 90% of the artists in 3D industry. There is also another technique for creating 3D models which is known as N-gun type of 3D modeling, which has a very limited niche in itself. So that's why most of the artists in 3D industry prefers to use Sub-Div type of 3D modeling, because it covers up almost all the niches in 3D industry like character creation, environments, game assets, high quality assets, you name it. So that's my actual idea behind this tutorial, that if you are a beginner or even just getting started into 3D industry, then at least get started from the very right direction. And that's why I'm here with this tutorial in which you're gonna create a custom Game Boy completely from scratch in Blender with the help of subdivision type of 3D modeling. So without further ado, let's get started. To create that custom Game Boy, we need to add references into our 3D viewport. Before creating this tutorial, I already had a project which I created on custom Game Boy, and I took a lot of references out of that project which we're gonna use in this tutorial to create this custom Game Boy. So I'm gonna press Shift A, go to Images, and I'm gonna use a reference. And here we have the references. You can download these references from the link in the description box and just follow up the lead. So I'm gonna use the front one for now. So now first we need to set the scale of this reference right according to the size of the realistic life Game Boy. So before this tutorial or even this custom Game Boy project, I had another project which was based on Nintendo's Game Boy Color. And I created that Game Boy with the realistic life scale. And I still remember the dimensions of that Game Boy, which I'm gonna use to create this one too. And for that, first I'm gonna go to Units, which is down here on these properties. So you can open up the panel and select millimeters. And now I'm gonna create a box right according to the size of that Game Boy Color. So press Shift A, select plane, and first I'm gonna merge these into the center because I'm gonna start from this vertex. So let's create a width which is about 78 millimeter. So extrude on the x-axis and 78. Good, and zoom in. You can see the size is quite small already. So I'm gonna extrude it on the z-axis now, which is 133 millimeters on the z-axis, which is this. And now I'm gonna set up the depth, which is about 27.4 millimeters, y-axis, like that. Good. And now we have this box same as the size of the Game Boy Color. Now I'm going to select this, move it up a little bit like that. And now I'm going to adjust the size of this reference right according to the box. So scale it down like a lot. Yeah, now move it up onto the box like that. Scale it up a little bit, just to simply match the whole body according to the dimensions of the box, like that. Yeah, perfect. So now we have the reference right according to the box, and now I'm gonna append the other reference, which is going to be the right side. So press again, first press 3 to go to the side, and Shift A, Images, Reference, and I'm gonna use the right side. Scale it down right according to the size of the box. And there we go. Too much. Yeah, about that. Perfect. And I'm also gonna move this to the other side a little bit. X, so that we can have a clean, nice viewport to create the model. And now I'm gonna delete this box because we can adjust the other references according to the position of these one. And for now, I think these two references are just enough to start modeling our custom Game Boy. So to start modeling, first we need to lower down the opacity of these references a little bit from these images option. Go to opacity, lower it down. Let me check from the front view. I think this is enough. So 0.2 is enough. Select this one, apply the same settings. Ooh. And I also want these references to be unselected from the viewport. as I'm gonna work on the 3D model, and if I keep selecting these one, I'm gonna get a little bit annoyed to that. It could also lead to a little bit mess with the topology later. So I'm gonna select this one, go to object properties, visibility, and uncheck this selectable. Now you can select it all. Similarly, do this to this one, and it's good. So now let's start the journey of 3D modeling. So first I'm gonna add a plane, this, rotate on the x-axis 90 degrees and scale it down like 0.01, enough. So first I'm gonna adjust it to the size of this Game Boy right up to this corner, and go to wireframe mode, tab to go to edit mode. Now I'm gonna set it right according to the size of this Game Boy. First from the top and then from the bottom, like that. Don't worry about these corners, we're gonna set them as we're gonna progress through the topology. So now I'm gonna add a loop right into the center of this plane. So press Ctrl R on your keyboard to add a new loop, and you can see you can adjust its position anywhere you want in the specific location. But I'm gonna drop it to the center, so I'm gonna press Escape. There we go. But as you can see, the shape of this Game Boy is almost identical from this side to this side, without buttons obviously. So I'm gonna delete this side vertices by pressing X, delete vertices, and there we go. Because we're gonna use the mirror modifier from this wrench icon here, so that we can imitate all the actions and the positions of the vertices from this side to this side in 3D viewport. But before adding that mirror modifier, first we need to set this origin point right onto the center of this line. And to do that, go to edit mode, select these vertices, press Shift S, and cursor to selected, choose this one. And now you can see the cursor has shifted its position to this line, right? Now we need to move this origin to this cursor. And to do that, press right mouse button and go to set origin and origin to 3D geometry. And there we go. And now you may be thinking that why the hell we did that? Because the mirror modifier we're gonna apply here is going to mirror everything right from the position of this origin. And that's why it is our first priority to set this right into the center of the object, where we're gonna mirror the other side. So now I'm gonna go to modifiers and I'm gonna select the mirror. And as I selected, you can see it has already copied this side from this one. Now if I select this vertex, try to move it down, you can see it is moving right according to that, right? And one thing you should really be careful about when you're using a mirror is this clipping. Because when you're going to activate this clipping, you can no longer detach these vertices from the center from each other. Like this. See? Pretty easy. So now we are going to work on this model further to get the entire shape and look just like the references we have. So the first thing I'm going to do is simply add a loop cut here. Just right there, where we can see the display window. So and let's add another loop here on this side, right according to the shape of the display. Don't worry about this size. If it is not accurate just like this one, just make sure that one side is getting into the shape right according to the shape of the reference. So let's add another loop cut here. Press Ctrl R and just simply add it here. About here, I think. That's enough. And there we have the first. Now we also need to adjust the shape of this Game Boy right from this edge on the lower section. But first I'm gonna move these vertices a little bit on the x-axis. Yes, like that. And now I'm gonna add a couple of loop cuts in the center. Move it up a little bit like that. Add another loop cut in the center. Move it down a little bit. And just like that. You know, try to adjust the shape as much as possibly you can. Flowing good so far. And you can see it has completely imitated this side onto this one. And now I'm going to press 3 on my keyboard to select the face mode, because we are going to select this one in the center. And even at the start, we're gonna separate it from the mesh right here, right now. So just make sure select this face and press P on your keyboard and separate it from the mesh. There we go. This mesh is separate and this one is now separate. And also apply the mirror modifier on this one because we don't need it anymore. Now before we start working on to our Game Boy, let's just first set up this display screen quickly. So for this one, I'm gonna go to edit mode, and first of all, I'm gonna delete this central loop here. So I'm gonna press X and make sure you choose this dissolve edges, and now that edge from the center is gone. Now first I'm gonna go back to the object mode, and I'm gonna duplicate this one again, because this is going to be the main screen glass on our Game Boy. So first I'm gonna hide it, and I'm gonna work on this one, which is going to be behind that glass. So I'm gonna select this, and I'm gonna press I on my keyboard to insert it just like that. We don't always need those loops to add again and again. Sometimes things like this can easily be done with the help of insert. And now I'm going to separate this center face from the rest of the body. Why? Because that is going to be our actual display screen. So I'm gonna press P again, selection, and there we go. This is different and that one is separate. And now the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to apply a subdiv modifier on this entire mesh. So I'm going to select this modifier tab, go to subdivision, and I'm going to use up to level 2. It's going to be this. And why I added this right now? Because it can help us to address the situation a little bit more better on the corners, because the corners are not exactly clean cut sharp. They are a little bit curved on the edges, so it's better to have the subdiv in the first place. So I'm gonna hide this mesh for now, and I'm gonna work on this one. So I'm gonna have the subdiv on this one, so I'm gonna add on here, 2, and also on this one. There we go. Now unhide the other ones, and maybe have the top. Hide this one for now, and I'm gonna work on this one. Select the mesh, and now you can see we have created a round circle in the center with the help of the subdiv, right? But if we want to shape this right according to the size we have in reference, we need to add a loop in the center, which is gonna help us to create the proximity loops right to the corners of these edges on this side. Now proximity loops gonna help us to support these edges to retain their shape according to the size we have in the reference. So to do that, I'm going to press Ctrl B to add a bevel actually. Why bevel? Because if I apply a bevel on this edge, it's going to help me to create 2 more loops out of that, or more if I use my mouse wheel to add more subdivisions, but I'm only going to retain to 2. So I'm going to move it like that, and you can see it is acquiring the same shape as we have in the reference, right? So here we have. And I'm also going to add a loop from this side. So press Ctrl R, move it here, and right up to here. There we go. Now to get this display's outer layer into the shape, first we need to add some thickness onto that, just like we have in realistic life. So you can add thickness by 2 ways. Just simply go to edit mode, select this one, press E to extrude it back like that. Or you can simply go to modifiers tab, add a solidify modifier which is going to add thickness to your mesh. But make sure it stays above on this subdivision model, because we're going to add thickness first, then we're going to apply the subdivisions. So you can see it has some sort of thickness there. Let's go to the solo mode by pressing slash, and I'm going to reset its origin point first so that it applies solidifier correctly. So to do that, I'm going to press Ctrl A on my keyboard, and I'm going to select this all transforms. And you can see it immediately changes position, right? Because we have applied the transforms. But make sure you set the region back to the object, press the right mouse button, set to region to geometry, and there we go. And you can see it is looking like a ring rather than a rectangular surface. So now to create that same rectangular shape, first we need to select this mesh, and first we need to apply this solidify modifier. So press Ctrl A on your keyboard while hovering on this solidify modifier, or you can simply go to this caddy and apply, and there we have. Now to set its shape, go to edit mode, and make sure you press 2 on your keyboard to change your mode to edge mode, and you're gonna select these edges like that. And now press Ctrl B on your keyboard to apply bevel onto these edges. So press Ctrl B and add a little bit bevel. Use your mouse wheel to add subdivisions in the center. Maybe 2 should be enough. and drop it down there. Go to front mode. There we have. Now press right mouse button and select shade smooth to smooth out a little bit, but we still need to work on the mesh. So go to edit mode again, and this time I'm gonna select these edges, right, this side as well as this side, and I'm gonna press Ctrl B again, add a loops right up to there. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, should be look. Yeah, looks good. Now we need to repeat this process on this one. So first of all, change this origin point. And now let's add the solidify modifier, move it up. And we have the thickness. First apply the transforms. I forget to do that. Change it to origin back. There we have. Now apply the solidify modifier by pressing Ctrl A. Change it to shade smooth. And now we're gonna add the bevel like this one. So go to local mode with slash, go to edit mode, and now we're gonna select the entire mesh, press A on your keyboard and press Ctrl B to add the bevel, just like that. Turn down the subdivisions to only one in the center this time. So yeah, there we go. Go to back and there we have the display in the center. Perfectly looking smooth. But make sure you also press Alt H because we have the front display glass. But first we need to apply the subdivision modifier on this one too. So I'm gonna add another one here, change it to 2. There we go. And just like before, add a solidify modifier on this one. Move it to up. And there we have. Apply it. Go to edit mode. But first apply the transforms. Set the origin to geometry. Go to edit mode. And now press Ctrl B. Just like that. And make sure you only keep one subdivision in the center. So I'm gonna keep it like that, right up to that, and just press left mouse button. There we go. But everything is just overlapping onto each other, so make sure you hide this one first and select these one. Move them back a little bit, right up to here, and unhide the front layer and move it that a little bit. And that should be enough. Now you can see the reference is a little bit overlapping with the mesh, so select the entire mesh and move it forward a little bit on the y-axis, just like that. And then we have the display for our Game Boy. Maybe work on the thickness a little bit. S, Y. Like that. Awesome. Now the display is looking pretty much fine from the front, but as you can see we have moved the glass panel and the display a little bit behind from the actual front panel, which has left a little bit space in between. So we need to fill this out by simply going to this mesh, go to edit mode and select the vertex mode, select all the vertices, and now we need to extrude it down a little bit on the y-axis. So press E to extrude Y on y-axis and move it back a little bit, just like that. Perfect. But as you can see, the shape of the Game Boy from the front is a little bit weird, right? So let's go to the object mode and press right mouse button and shade smooth. This is clearly gonna smooth out the body. And now go to edit mode again, and now we need to add a little bit proximity loops towards this side on the front panel. So press Ctrl R, move it up a little bit like that, and you can see to make the loop completely flat on the Z axis, simply press scale Z and press 0 on numpad and press enter. It will completely flat out the entire loop without any kind of curviness from these vertices. So there we have. But there is another thing which we need to do is simply select this mesh and go to local mode, and we need to add a loop inside this frame. So to do that, press Ctrl R, add a loop, and right up to here so that the shape retain its shape on the edges like that. It's awesome. Good. Now come back to the global mode. It is this. Yeah, looks good. Now let's start to work on our buttons. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a duplicate of this entire Game Boy as much as we have completed so far. So I'm gonna duplicate the entire collection for the sake of backup, that to what stage we have completed our work stay safe. So I'm gonna select all these meshes and I'm gonna move them to a separate collection, Game Boy, and I'm gonna simply duplicate this collection and I'm gonna hide it. So 001 will be our backup number. So here we have the original. So now let's start working on to the next part. So before starting to add any kind of loops here, first I'm going to apply the mirror modifier. Why? Because we only needed up to set up this part for the sake of both sides, but for lower, both sides are different. So let's apply the mirror modifier, go here, apply, and now let's go to edit mode, and I'm gonna add loop cuts for the sake of this plus sign here first, which help us to move the player in the game. So press Ctrl R, add a loop cut, and first of all I'm gonna add a loop cut here, and press S and Z to flat it out like that, like before, and I'm gonna do the same over here like that. See, flat it out, move it down a little bit, and now I add another loop cut here, another one for here. We're gonna take care about the buttons a little bit lately. First we're gonna focus on this controller. So now we have the shapes, but we also need vertical loops. So press Ctrl R, add one here, another one here. For these one, we can simply adjust these one which is already existing nearby that edge. First of all, select these vertices and tap G 2 times on the keyboard to move them right onto these loops rather than going here and there. So move it right up to here like that. Good. A little bit, maybe here. Yeah, that should be enough. Now it's time to select this entire selection in the shape of plus. So I'm gonna tap 3, turn my selection into face mode, then start selecting these faces. Looks good. And I'm gonna press E to extrude it down a little bit like that on Z-axis, Y-axis, sorry. And there we have. So as you have already selected these faces, make sure you press I to insert a little bit loop right about there like that, so that it retains its shape from the base or the lower parts. And we also need to add a loop here which is about there. Yeah, see how sharp it looks from that bottom. And we also need to add a loop cut here on the top. So to do that, first I'm gonna go to selection mode and I'm gonna select all the edges around this first loop. So I'm gonna select from here, select edges, that, like that. And now we're gonna apply bevel on that. Control B, there, add another loop in the middle. Yes, perfect. Now we have perfect shape, but still we need to add a little bit proximity loops to maximally to make sure it retains its real shape, just as we have seen in the reference. So to do that, I'm gonna add a couple more loops. So I'm gonna start from this edge. Let's just press Ctrl R, add a loop here. Let's go to this side here, also to this one. Press Ctrl B in the center like that, remove the middle edge loop like that. Awesome. Now we also need to add here one, similarly on this one, and there we go. This side looking a little bit short rather than this, so I'm gonna select these edges. Make sure you choose vertices mode. So move this a little bit like here and select these. them these one already looking perfectly fine here. You make sure you have the correct size. Yeah, this one is need to move here. Yeah, looking great. Select the whole edge, maybe. No, this should be enough. This one, move it a little bit here. So these kind of things you need to be very careful about when you're creating a topology of any specific thing. Shape, size, and the proximity loops, they all kind of work together to get any shape into perfect form. Let's set it right about here because this looks perfectly balanced and equal. Yeah, good. And I'm gonna select these faces again. So select these one by one. And I'm going to this one and this one. So that we can get the entire shape we want. And I'm gonna duplicate this now. Press Shift D, duplicate. You can see it is not completely right, so we need to work on it a little bit later. So press P to separate it from the mesh and move it up. First of all, let's set its origin to the center. Apply the all transforms and set origin to geometry. Now move it up a little bit on y-axis like that. And now let's just work on its shape. So first I'm going to remove this one, remove faces, also on this one and this one. Also remove these edges, we can add them later with more accuracy. Yeah, looking good. Also this one in the center. Yeah, looks good. Now simply select the whole mesh and press E to extrude it back like that. Yeah, good. These are going to be the buttons, so I'm gonna scale it down a little bit on the y-axis. Move it up a little bit. Now this is a separate mesh, right? So we can simply remove this for now and add bevel modify on this. Here's this. It's gonna add the subdivisions, but make sure you also apply the transform first again and set origin to geometry, just to make sure if there are any kind of irregularities in transforms. So now we have here, add another subdivision, another one, and I think you need to turn down the size a little bit in millimeters. I think that's quite enough. One is enough, probably 0.05. Right, actually. So let's just add 8. Probably fine, yeah, looks good. So now we need to add those triangular signs here, which are in between this. So to do that, first I'm gonna add a loop in the center, here and over here. And make sure you select both the loops. Now let's press Ctrl B to add bevel. Also add a subdivision in the center like that. And click on the viewport. Now we also need to add loop cuts around here on the top, as well as on the bottom, here, to add that triangular shape. With Boolean techniques, you can simply create the shape and simply cut out the hole from the surface. But in subdivision, we are not going to use any kind of that technique because it can simply jeopardize your topology completely. And that's the major reason why we are even using this subdivision technique. So Ctrl R, add here. This technique is mostly the safest way to create any kind of topology, even from hard surface modeling to organic modeling like characters or even environments. So let's go to vertex mode. Now we need to select these vertices. Make sure you only select on the top. Let's go to the local scale and we're gonna hide the bottom for now. And we're gonna select, and now we're gonna select these vertices from all around the triangles like that. Probably go to individual mode, and now let's just scale it down. There about is Move it back a little bit like that, and thereabout is sufficient. Right about there. Yeah, good. Now go to face mode and select these faces. And extrude them down a little bit inside. But as you can see, we have a problem here. Sorry, we need to select these one and extrude them down a little bit like that, just as before. And make sure you inset them in. Press I, inset, like that. And we also need to add bevel on the top, like these edges. It can be a little bit tedious to selecting all these edges, but make sure you do. This one. Doing good. And as you can see, if I zoom into the topology, the topology is kind of hiding away, or say the clipping. So to remove this problem, you need to press N and simply go to the view and turn down this clipping start about to 1 millimeter. And now if you zoom in, everything works fine, right? So now simply select this edge. Now let's work on this one. Perfect. Now press Ctrl B to add bevel, like that. Make sure you have a subdivision in the center. That. Tool. Also need to add a subdivision, right? And also need to add a subdivision right in the center to the bottom, like that, to maintain the shape completely from the bottom even inside, like carved surface. That. Ctrl R, add a subdivision here. Now make sure you practice these things a lot, not even on this model but any kind of model you are working on. Press Alt to unhide the rest of the mesh. But you can see there is some sort of weird shading going on the surface, right? And that happened because of the subdivisions and the loops we added into the triangles. So to solve these out, you can simply turn down this angle limit on this bevel modifier. So turn it down a little bit until it cleans off from the surface, like that. See, pretty much clean. Good. Okay, so now we need to work in the center. As you can see, the center is a little bit around from the inside, right? So how can we create this now? Do you have any idea that how we're gonna put this into work? So to create that, first we need to select these vertices, and now I'm gonna press right mouse button. Okay, so we need to add one thing into our Blender system to change this square form into a circular form. And to do that, we're gonna activate an add-on, which is gonna do from here. Go to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons, and we are going to look for a loop tools. So press loop. Here we have loop tools, and just activate it. And now come back to viewport, press right mouse button, and you can see we have loop tools. And now simply select this circle, and you can see it has immediately changed its shape to a circle. Now scale it up like that, like that, and now simply extrude it in a little bit like that, just as we have done with those triangles, like that, and inset in by pressing I, like that. Also add a loop to the bottom from the other side, like this one, so that it retains a shape from the both sides. Also select these top edges like that, but you can simply select them all, so select as one by one, like that, two at a time actually. Press Ctrl B to add bevel on the top, like that, and there we go. Now we have the shape, right? Now move it back a little bit. If I select the center vertex only and press Ctrl plus on my numpad, it will grow the selection just as we want. And now I'll move it back a little bit like that. And work on this angle a little bit again. Just like that. Still I have a little bit shading, but still it can work a little bit more. You can experiment out on your own a little bit. Okay, so we have the shape now, right? But you still may be thinking that, yeah, it looks a little bit wanky from the center. So to do that, as you can see, we are working with the subdivision type of modeling, right? And we haven't applied any subdivisions onto this. So to apply that, simply press Ctrl 2 on your keyboard to add another subdiv modifier on this one. Now you can see the center topology is looking a little bit more wacky than before, right? So to set this up, you can simply go to this limit method and change it to weight type. And as you change it, you can see it entirely changes the shape of this button, right? But you can see it also smooths out of a triangle, which we definitely don't want it. So we need to add a little bit proximity loops to set the shape just we have in the reference, right? So go to edit mode and let's add a proximity loop here. Ctrl R and here. By the way, if you feel the system a little bit laggy when you are adding a loop cuts in between, you simply want to turn it down, this edit mode, like that. And now you can simply add the loops a little bit more easier as compared to before. Add it here, like that. Need to add there, that. Go back, there we go, looking perfectly fine. So the center is looking perfectly fine. You also need to add loop cuts in between this, so add Ctrl R. Now go to solo mode a bit, Ctrl B, and move it up, right up to here, right up to here, just like that. Looking good, pretty good. Now I want to mention something here. As you can see, most of the Game Boys has these buttons, moved out a little bit from the sides and punched in from the center. If you want to create that kind of shape, then make sure when you simply duplicate this mesh out of this base mesh, you change the form right away at that moment. Because when you're gonna create these triangles in the center and adding a couple of loop cuts in the center, it's gonna get a little bit more harder to create that shape. And for right now, I'm not going to create that same shape again, because it is going to be a little bit more time consuming. If I ever wanted to do that, I would go down, duplicate the faces right from the main mesh and start again creating this whole button. So it's a little bit heads up for you guys. If you want to create that kind of shape, simply change the shape right from the very start. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it as it is because it's looking pretty nice, and I'm really digging the look from the curves, from the edges. So now it's time to work on the buttons. So let's go here, and you can see we have two buttons here, and we need to work very carefully when we're gonna add loop cuts for buttons, and we're gonna be very careful when we're gonna work on these buttons because it can simply affect on this side's topology now. So be very careful when you're gonna work on these. So first of all, I'm gonna add a loop cut here, Ctrl R, and here right on this side of this circle. Similarly on this side. Also make sure you keep checking out these vertices if they are not simply jeopardizing your topological workflow from the lower parts or the bottom. So add another loop cut here, going to be there. I think I'm also gonna add something in the middle so that they simply don't come in contact with each other here. And I'm also gonna add a loop cut here. Perfect. Okay, so now we need a loop cut right in the center here, right there, and it is just passing through this. Looking good so far, so not a problem. And I'm going to add another loop cut here. So far looking good. Also add here in the center. If you want to make it double, simply press Ctrl B, like that. You can do it like that. Also need to add a loop cut on this edge. That, add another one here. Perfect. And now I'm going to select these vertices. Press Ctrl plus, like that, and I'm gonna insert in like that. And again, we're gonna use the right mouse button, loop tools, circle. Here we have, and we're gonna scale it up a little bit like that. And make sure the entire topological flow remains same, remains smooth as compared to the stretched lines like that we have here. So you can simply smooth it out a little bit like that. by changing the position of the vertices, bring closer a little bit to improve any kind of stretchiness to a smoothness, like that. And I'm going to delete the center vertices for now, and I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to deselect this one because I'm going to scale it up a little bit, to move it out a little bit like that. Yeah, and move it up a little bit on the y-axis like that. Scale it up a little bit like that. We go to object mode, looks perfectly fine. Similarly, we're gonna clear this hole here. So first, I'm gonna let's add a loop cut here. And now to create this circle, I'm gonna select these vertices right in the center here, and I'm going to press X, delete these vertices, and we have the square hole, right? So select these vertices, press right mouse button, go to circle, and here we have the circle in the center. Now scale it down a little bit like that, just more or less about the same shape in the reference we have, like that. Go to object mode, perfectly looking two holes for the buttons, right? So see, with booleans, these kind of things can be created so far easily, but the topology is going to be pretty much knackered. And when you're going to show this kind of topology to professionals, they're going to really impress from your workflow, that how carefully you have implemented the subdivision type of 3D modeling here, which is always a big plus point in your 3D modeling career. Now let's also create the buttons. So go to edit mode and select the vertices of both of these circles. Press Shift D, duplicate, P, selection to separate from the mesh, and select these circles. Go to edit mode, and now I'm going to fill both of these circles by pressing F and this one, and I'm also going to move them back a little bit, but first I'm going to apply the transform. Control A, all transforms, move back a little bit, and let's just set the origin to center. Go to edit mode, and now I'm gonna select both of them, and now we're gonna extrude them out like these buttons, but make sure you first of all select the pivot point as a median point. Now select both of them, extrude out on the y-axis like that. That should be enough. Good. And now we need to apply a bevel on this face so that we can get that exact curved look of the button. So press Ctrl B like that, and add a subdivisions, maybe 2 or 3 should be enough, like that, and just drop it. Also on the back, we need to add a subdivision. First of all, let's go to the local mode and select this edge, both of them. Ctrl B, add a subdivision, and remove the subdivisions from the center except for one, so that it can retain its shape from the bottom too, just like that. Go to object mode and apply the shade smooth. Awesome. Now let's go to the global mode or the world view, which we say, and we have the buttons, which is looking pretty nice and clean. One more thing which you need to do is simply let's go to the individual mode a little bit, and we need to scale them down a little bit so that it feels like they're coming out of the hole like we have here on this side. So press S and press Shift Y to scale them down on y-axis by leaving the y-axis, and scale them down a little bit like that. Go to the front mode, check them out. Yeah, looking nice. Probably a little bit too much, so scale them up a little bit on y-axis like that, just like that. S, Shift Y to leave the y-axis and scale it up like that. Yeah, now looking awesome. And yeah, looking good. And just like that button, we need to extrude these holes down right from the center. Extrude these holes down, so select these one by one like that, and just extrude them back a little bit. Here you can see on y-axis, just like that, and just press to fill them up. Ctrl B to add bevel, only with one subdivision in the center. Awesome. But now we have problem here. So select these vertices again. Now we need to select these vertices again. So select these. We need to go to local mode to see it more clearly. And there we have. Bevel is so crucial on these kind of edges to get the topology more clean and clear as much as possibly we can create. Now press Ctrl B. There we have. Add a subdivision in the center, probably put it up a little bit, probably more, and just drop it there. Make sure the vertices don't overlap on each other. This one, maybe move it back a little bit. This one, yeah, good. Make sure you always keep checking your topology, that if everything working perfectly fine. Avoid any kind of overlapping as much as possible, unless it's too much necessary, unless it is a necessary part. So here we have the holes. Now let's go to the world view, and there we have, looking awesome. Now let's create the other holes which are down there. We also need to create these loops, but we're gonna come back to this later. So first let's create these holes. So I'm gonna press Ctrl R, add a loop cut in the center, scale them down Z-axis like that. Bevel like that. Only one loop in the center, because that's we're gonna need for the cut we're gonna create in the center. So make sure you add there like that. And I'm also going to add a loop cut here. I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable to move the loop, so I'm gonna turn this down, and now I'm gonna move this easily. Awesome. Perfect. Also in the center, yeah, more or less looking good. Also here, another one here, and in the center. And now I'm gonna select these vertices, and to acquire this shape is not that difficult, but you can see the shape is a little bit tilted on the angle. So to do that, I'm gonna scale down these loops a little bit, pretty much closer to each other, or simply I'm gonna delete them, and I'm gonna simply create again from here, pretty much like up to there, yeah. And now I'm gonna delete the center vertices from here, just like that. And you can see if I tap out to object mode, it is almost looking pretty much similar to this one, right? And if you press this, now we can see it more clearly. And if we select, we can simply rotate it to the position we have here. And we can simply scale them up a little bit, maybe. Yeah, more or less looking about the same. And we need to adjust the shape a little bit here, a little bit more care. So I'm gonna spend some time on this. Just keep watching. So to make it a little bit more wider from the center, I'm gonna select the pivot point to median, like this one, and I'm gonna scale it up to like 1.4, I think. Yeah, that should be enough. Like this one, scale 1.4, that. But as you can see, it has created some sort of this shading problem into the mesh, right? So that's because the vertices are kind of overlapping onto each other, so we need to fix them. So move them back a little bit, or simply shift their position a little bit down. Yeah, about that. And we're also gonna move these a little bit down. Yeah, that's there for that one. Unselect this one, move it down a little bit. Probably move this a little bit up. Yeah, it's kind of working. So these kind of things you need to be very careful about when creating the topology or the shapes. Things can work or not. Completely depends on your perspective, how you're going to solve the problems. These are kind of puzzles, small puzzles, which you need to solve on your own every single time. You go to object mode. Yeah, both kind of looking perfectly fine for now, more or less. So you can simply scale them down a little bit if you want to, but I think they're looking perfectly fine here. Change this to individuals. Scale them down a little bit. Yeah, about there. Yeah, looking good. Yeah, looking good. So now let's go to edit mode, and now we're gonna create its buttons. But before that, let's just first extrude them down a little bit. Select these vertices, press C to extrude on y-axis on the back, press F to fill, and Control B to add bevel. Make sure only add one subdivision in the center, like that. Select the top again. It's kind of issue every single time. Now select this one, this. Okay. Now press Control B and clear cut down here, looking good. Probably select these one and move it up a little bit, just to acquire that same shape we are looking for. The X. Similar to this one, just a little bit, to grab that elliptical shape. Yeah, now looking good. And now we need to select this face. Shift D, duplicate, press P to separate, move them up. Sorry, select this one, move them up a little bit, like that. And just like buttons, we're gonna extrude them down a little bit. But you can see the topology on the top of these buttons is kind of n-gone, right? And you may be thinking, if we are working with the subdivision type of 3D modeling, then why we are not creating these as quad faces rather than, the n-gons? Well, if you have that question, then you're perfectly right. As you can see, this button's functionality is only to, move up and down, just exactly real life. So in such cases where topology is not going to be used for complex animations, like a character with head, neck, hands, and legs, so in such kind of hard surface parts, you can simply use n-gon without any worry. But if you still want to be more, perfect about your topology, then you can simply create it as quad. So simply join these vertices like that. This one, J, and here we have the quad topology, right? Similarly, do this on this side. Select the vertices, J to join them, and this one. Now select both of these, extrude them down like that. And there we go. And get to the local mode, because we are going to apply that bevel a little bit. Let's just add a bevel on the center first. And there we go. Control B, add a bevel. Remove the subdivision from the center. There we go. And let's just go to the world view. And there we go. It's looking perfectly fine and nice. Awesome. So here we have the start and select buttons, A and B buttons, and the positioning buttons. And now I'm gonna create the side of this Game Boy, because we need to create those lines we can see in the reference, and those lines goes right towards this side or the other side. And we also have the speaker holes on the side, and these buttons, off and on buttons. So we need to create these things also on the side. So the first I'm gonna set my side reference just according to the position of this Game Boy. So let's select this reference and go to side view. You can see it is far ahead, and we need to place it somewhere here. So I'm gonna go to selective, visibility, selectable, and move it back a little bit like that, and match it as we have the Game Boy in the viewport. Go to wireframe mode for the more perfection. Yeah, that's about looking nice right there. And yeah, uncheck the selectable again, come back to viewport. Now let's start working on the side. So I'm gonna select the Game Boy, and I'm gonna select all the vertices on the outer edge like that. This one, yeah, looks good. Go to side view and extrude it back. on the y-axis like that. Yeah, looking good. And I'm gonna move this front section reference to the back a little bit because it's getting into my view. So select this one, move it, select this one, and just select and move it back right there. So unselect it, and there we go. And the Game Boy is getting into shape overall, right? Looking pretty nice. Let me check a little bit. Yeah, move it down a little bit on the scale, I think. Just a little amount. Probably this one only. Analyzing your 3D model once in a while is a good habit, so make sure once you reach to a specific stage, always check your 3D model that if it's heading to the right direction or not. So you can see we have a little bit issue here. So as we haven't provided any kind of proximity loop from the bottom, so you can see it is kind of disrupting the flow of our topology. So go to edit mode and always address these kind of issues first. So add a loop cut here. Probably at the z-axis, like first of all change the pivot point to median, scale it down like that, move it down a little bit. Yeah, good. Now looking perfectly good. No more disruption in the topology. Good. So now we need to work on this back. First I'm going to work on these inside lines. So go to edit mode. And let's just add a loop cut here first, but make sure it stays flat on all of the topology. So SZ0 and move it up a little bit on here. There we go. Or you can simply add a bevel here, put it in the center and just add another one. Center here, just add another one, put it center there. So these kind of techniques not only help you to create topology more faster, but helps you save you a lot more time on any kind of model you're working right now. So let's just press Ctrl B, but make sure we deselect this one, which is the edit mode display, so that we can apply the bevel a little bit more easily. So Ctrl B, and there we go. More or less. Yeah, perfect. And now it's time to select the loop cuts. First I'm gonna go to the side view and I'm gonna add a cut here where it's ending clearly. Add a loop cut and apply it somewhere here. Good. Now go to front mode and select those loops. Go to face mode and select like that. And to select like this, make sure you have this selection, which is the select box over here in the selection box. So which are gonna help you to select these faces quickly and fast. And to multi-select, make sure you press shift on your keyboard and use your left mouse button to select the faces. Like that. And like that. Similarly on this side. It dropped. This one. Like that. Like that, and this one. Now we have another problem, which is if we go to side view, you can see we have selected these faces too, so we need to unselect them by pressing B and shift, and make sure you press shift on your keyboard and just deselect them. And there we have. Now I'm going to change the pivot point to individuals like that, and now I'm going to extrude these faces into inverse. So to do that, let's just press E and press the escape button. First we're gonna scale this inside on the x-axis, so press S, X 0.95, and there we have. You can see it has shifted inwards a little bit from this side as well as on this side. Now we're gonna move this back a little bit, and now I'm gonna scale this down on y-axis, so press S, Y 0.95, and you need to move this back a little bit, which is the 0.5, which we have deducted from the scale, so G, Y 0.5. See, perfectly inside. Looking good obviously, but we need to add proximity loops to retain its shape on the corners for best. So go to edit mode. But before unselecting these faces, make sure you apply the inset already. So press I and set it up right about there, like that. And now we need to add the bevel to help the loop to retain its shape. So I'm gonna select these edges. So now first go to edge mode, and now I'm gonna select these edges like that, like this one, this one. Also on this side, select these one. Make sure you select all the edges very carefully so that you don't miss any specific one. And yeah, looking good on both sides. Perfect. Now let's add a bevel. Control B. Add a very tiny amount. Also center the subdivision. Yeah, right about there. Now go out of edit mode, and the shape looking pretty much nice. Now we need to add the proximity loops on the edges. So let's go to the front view and let's add proximity loops. But as you can see, it has added a loop cut right between the circle of a button, right? So when you're gonna add your loops around these edges, most of the time your loops might, get into the other holes or get into other extrusion parts of the holes you have created, and it can simply jeopardize the shape you have created over there. So make sure you go to vertices mode and deselect the vertices around that part so that it doesn't change the shape of that object. So just simply select these vertices and now move them up. Right about there. Good. Now go to object mode. Yeah, looking great so far. And we also need to add a loop cut here. So again, deselect both of these and just simply move these up like that. Now go to out. Need to add one here. Make sure you check. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. And move it down a little bit like that. Also from this side, completely fine. Probably change the shape to C. Now let's just add it like that. It's already pretty much looking great. So similarly on this side, add a loop cut here, right about there, and from there, right about there, and looking pretty nice. See? And just repeat this process over here. Simply add a loop cut here, right about there. Make sure it doesn't destroy the shape of this button. Looking good overall. Or you can simply, add a loop cut and deselect all of these vertices because we don't want any kind of unnecessary results from the mesh. Deselect this one, move back like that. Awesome. Similarly, this side already had loops, so we don't need to worry about that. And now I'm gonna add a loop cut here. So add a loop cut and deselect the vertices from the top, this one and this one, and move it down a little bit here, right about there, and go to object mode. Yeah, looking fine, perfectly nice. And now we have perfectly created these extruded in, or you can say the inset in lines, I don't know what we call them, but yeah, they're looking perfectly fine on those edges. But one thing you need to notice down here, there's a little bit stretching going on, and there's a little bit weird shading going on, and that's because we haven't applied any kind of proximity loop right in the center of these two. So let's just add a couple more. So add the loop here, similarly here, like this one, Control B, remove the center of subdivision, and just drop it right about there, like that. Go to object mode. Yeah, perfectly clean topology, looking pretty nice on the edges. Curves are looking pretty nice, really digging the shape. So now we have completely created our front section almost. There is a light bulb we have left in the display, so let's just create it first. So hide this and select this one, go to edit mode, and let's add a loop cut right somewhere there, but make sure it stays on the z-axis, so move it up a little bit, and similarly over here, move it down, and add a loop cut in the center, like that. We also need to add loop cuts on the vertical position, like that. Just about there, also in the center, cut the hole, just about there. Now select this, we missed a loop here. Also need to add a loop here on this side, right about there. And we also need to add a loop cut here on the front. Make sure you don't add a loop cut on the back, otherwise you're gonna get into a little bit more troubles lately. So just put it there, also add it here, and press double G and move it right up to here. I'm gonna select the middle vertex, press X, delete it, again select the vertices right above there, and I'm gonna put front view, press right mouse button, loop tools, press circle, and there we have circular shape. Just adjust it right we have in the reference, about there, looking good so far. And again I'm gonna extrude it back on the y-axis like that, right about there. Press F and Control B to add subdivisions on the bottom part, one subdivision in the center, make sure that looking good. And now I'm gonna select the only face in the center, Shift T, duplicate, move it up, and make sure you separate it because we're gonna add a light on that later. So move it up a little bit from here and apply the all transforms, set the origin back to geometry, and there we go. Extrude it back like that. You can probably leave it as it is because it is going to be light bulb, but I still want to retain its shape from the center, so add loop cut and Control B. I think that's enough. That's because we need a lot more roundness about the bulb, so move it back a little bit right up to here. Yeah, looking good so far. And make sure you also add loop cuts around here so that doesn't jeopardize the topological workflow around the edges. And select these, Control B, subdivision in the center, there we go. Looking nice, right? Select this, move it up a little bit right above here. Now if you drop the glass on this, it's gonna look perfectly nice when the bulb is gonna lit inside, because I had created a Gameboy color and the light bulb looks pretty nice in the center with all glass over that and the missions. It just looks perfectly realistic. So yeah, perfectly looking fine. So now we're gonna work on the sides a little bit more. So now let's start working on our sides. So let's go to side view and edit mode. And so first I'm gonna work on these buttons. And after creating these buttons both sides, then we're gonna come back to these speaker holes. Okay, so let's start working on this one. And first I'm gonna add a loop cut here, just about there. Just make sure you're applying the loop cuts on the front section, not the other one. So apply here, add another one here, there we go. And I'm gonna select this loop entirely, and I'm gonna move it back a little bit. I think right about here. Yeah, that looks good. So why we did this? Because we want to separate our Game Boy from the back from our front section. That's the best thing about the subdivision type of 3D modeling, because you can separate out the sections of any specific model from each other and then simply apply any kind of operations you want to apply, because it simply helps you to separate the topology from each other, and when you're going to add more loops to the topology, it will simply not jeopardize the entire topology throughout the model. So let's go to the side and let's go down here, and I'm also going to add a loop cut here, only right about here. Already looks good, yeah. And I'm also going to add a loop cut in the center, because here we're going to extrude this section a little bit more lower than this one. So I'm going to add another loop cut right about there. I think move it like that. And now I'm going to select these faces, and I'm going to extrude them again a little bit lower like that. Yeah, looks good. Awesome. But in the object mode, topology looking a little bit weird, so first apply the shade smooth once again, and now we're gonna add more loop cuts to get its shape completely rectangular, so that we can write down our text in it. So let's start it. So first thing first, I'm gonna select this face, and I'm gonna insert it like that, and I'm gonna apply a loop cut here around this edge, that also on the top like that, and yeah, the form is getting into shape. And I'm gonna add a loop cut from this side to support the other edge like that, also from this side, add one here. Also I'm gonna add a loop cut here, and I'm gonna move it here like that. Yeah, looking good. Also in between like that and like that. Also this one inside, apply and Control B like that, right about here. Yeah, awesome, perfect. Yeah, looking good. And I'm also gonna add a loop cut here on this side, Control R, add here, there we go. Yeah, looks good. And now we're gonna add that on and off button in between. So Shift A, add a plane, RX 90 degrees, RZ 90 degrees, negative axis probably. Scale it down to 0.1, or too much, 0.01. Yeah, that's about there. Scale it down a little bit more and put it there, right there. Yeah, looks good. Now select these vertices, drag them down like there, and probably move it on y-axis a little bit like that. Now select all the vertices, press C to extrude them up a little bit like that, and here we're gonna create those buttons. So let's add a loop cut in the center. There you go. Yeah, apply here, add another one here, add a cut here and there, also here, and one here. Probably move it up a little bit, or I'm simply gonna mirror this from the half so that we can see the mirror topology on both sides. Add cursor to this loop, or change origin to 3D cursor, add mirror, and on the y-axis, yeah, I'll move it down a little bit probably. Clipping, activate, scale it down on Z axis a little bit like that. So now we need to extrude out these faces. So select this one, extrude it out like that. Similarly, select. First we need to apply bevel on these edges. So go to edge mode, select these edges, Control B, and loop curl like that. Now select these faces and extrude them out a little bit, just like that. Yeah, looks good. And also probably apply the mirror because we don't need it anymore. Yeah, awesome. And for text, we're gonna use Blender's text. So press Shift A, text, RX 90 degrees, rotate on Y axis 90 degrees, probably. Yeah, too much. On the other side, Control M on the Y axis like that. Yeah. Now we're gonna write down, what was that? Off and on or on and off? Off and on. So where is the text? Yeah. Caps lock on, off, on. And now let's go to its properties on the text, and I'm gonna increase the extrude. So go to geometry, extrude it out a little bit like that, and I'm gonna scale it down. So I'm gonna use the size from here. So go to font, I think. Yeah, turn it down like that. Now the value of extrude is too much, so cut it down like that, somewhere near that, and scale it down a little bit more. You can also use scales, there is no problem in that, but I'm gonna work from the size, but that's the limit, I think. Put it down a little bit more. Yeah, so let's rotate it to the axis where we're gonna set it up, which is the x-axis, 90 degrees. Go to the side, so scale it down now and just put it there, right over that layer, just like that, right about there, and move it out a little bit, just like that. See, looking pretty easy and cool. You can use any kind of text if you want, but as for the reference, the standard is working just fine, so I'm gonna keep it that way. So our one side is ready. Now we're gonna work on the other side by simply loading up the other references. So let's just get down with it. So now let's start working on the other side. So first of all, I'm gonna select this reference, which is this on the side, and I'm gonna hide it. And I'm gonna go to front view, Shift A, images and reference, and I'm gonna select the left side. There you go. Put it on the other side. So rotate it on Z axis by 90 degrees, negative 90 degrees like that, and scale it down like a lot. Go to wireframe mode and try to adjust it as much as possibly you can, like that, or probably activate the other reference and try to match it according to that. So I'm gonna select these two, and first of all I'm gonna take it out from the collection. Let's make it selectable so that we can adjust it properly. Select these two now and go to local mode, and now adjust its size. Let's go to here, select this one, scale it up like that, put it back a little bit, I think, scale it down a little bit, I think, yeah, right about there, put it there and move it up. Scale it up on Z axis like that. Just try to match it according to the previous reference like that, as much near as possibly you can, so that at least you have a base to get the shape whatever you want to get on that specific side. So I think this is enough, looks almost right. Yeah, right about there, I think it's good. Let's go to the other side. Scale it on the Y-axis a little bit, I think. it back right about there. Yeah, looking good, I think. The y-axis just a little bit. Yeah, right about there. I think now that's looking perfect. Probably scale it a little bit on the z-axis. Now this one. Put it on the z-axis a little bit. Just right about there. Yeah, looks good now. And now select both of these one by one and make sure you uncheck this selectable. Like this one and make it like that. Also turn down the opacity a little bit by selecting from the collection. You can always change these properties by selecting the references from the collection. There is nothing stopping you. 0.2 as previously. So now I'm gonna hide this one. Now I'm gonna go back to the global view. It's this. And now I'm gonna try to create it from this side, which is this. And I'm gonna select the mesh, go to edit mode, and I'm gonna start adding loop cuts right here to get these shapes right on the other side. But before adding loop cuts, make sure you don't do anything which affects this side now. So be very careful when you're gonna add loop cuts on this section, because sometimes you might add a loop cut on the back. So always be careful about these things. So I know somewhere here I have to provide a cut, so I'm gonna add it in the solid mode. So Control R, add a loop cut right about here. Probably too much. This one. It can be a little bit tedious, but still gonna work pretty fine for you. So added loop cut here. Yeah. Already had a loop cut here, so nobody was that. And I'm also going to add a loop cut for the volume section. There and right about there. Looks good so far. I think, yeah, looks good. So let's create the shape, and now as you can see we have this shape here which is kind of different from the rest of the shapes in the Game Boy, right? We have these rectangular shapes, but this one is kind of a little bit different, right? Because it's extension. So what we're gonna do is we position the vertices in such a manner that we get this kind of extrusion hole. Okay, so we're gonna select the vertices. We're gonna move them right about here like that, and make sure you select the right vertices. So select this one and move it down here. I don't know which one is selected. You see I'm selecting the other side, so be careful when you create a selection like that. Move it like that. Selected the other one, I think, so deselect those. So right somewhere here. Yeah, more or less have a shape. So now what I'm gonna do is simply add another loop cut, because of extension starts right from here, not from there. So now I'm gonna work on this one. So I'm gonna add a loop cut here because it is starting somewhere here like that. So yeah, that's about there. I'm gonna select the facey right from here. Deselect this one. Yeah, these are sufficient. Similarly select these one, which is right about there. I think deselect this one, I think. Yeah, looks good. Probably select this one, and now just simply extrude them in. Right about there, I think is sufficient. Yeah, looks good. And yeah, perfect. But for this one we need to make another extrusion, so simply add another loop cut. Right, suppose here, and on this side, where is that? I don't know where I'm adding the loop cuts. Oh no. So be careful when you add loop cuts here. This is going to be a little bit tedious for you even as a beginner, I know, but these kind of things gonna make you the best modeler ever. So add another loop cut, move it down here, right about there. Yeah, and we are not going to add more loops for the sake of this cut, because we are going to adjust these edges inside right according to the shape we have here. So move it down here a little bit, select this one, move it down there, right about there. Yeah, looks good. So press 3 for the face mode, select these faces and just extrude them in like that. Pretty cut and awesome. And make sure you press I to insert it right about there. Yeah, so that it kind of provides a loop cut inside the face. Also add a loop cut here, and also for here, if you can select them all and select this one, the other side, Control B. Yeah, add a subdivision in the center. Yeah, smooth it out. Looking good. Now let's add the proximity loops from the center, and here Control B, remove the subdivision from the center and put it right about there. Yeah, looks good. So I think we should probably move this down a little bit more. Probably good, I think. Yeah, probably. Yeah, move it back a little bit. Right about there, I think is sufficient. Yeah, there should be enough. And as you can see, we have some sort of, the artifacts here going on, right? Which are actually showing us that we need to add a little bit more proximity loops on the edges to give it a proper retaining shape with the spots. So go to edit mode, add a loop cut, put it right here like that. Also on this side, right about there, flat it out. Yeah, looks good. I think something is missing. Yeah, add loop cuts here on the end. Also add loop cuts in the inside like that. Here, just about there. Yeah, now looking good. Also for this one, I think we need to select the faces inside, like whole, like that. Move them down a little bit, just about there, because the depth of the extension plug is a little bit more than as compared to the other ones, so just about there. Now press I to insert it because we want to add a loop cut inside. Also add about here. Yeah, right about there too. And I think this should look perfectly fine. Yeah, right about there. I think we need to add a loop cut on this side. Right about there, on this side. Even on the inside. Yeah, shape is getting perfectly fine. And now first I'm gonna add extension. So first of all, come out to the object mode because we're gonna create those paths separately. So first of all, let's go to the side view, and here move the cursor. I'm gonna add a cube. Scale it down like a lot until it comes to this size. So move it down here like that. Go to the vertices mode, move it up here right about there, move this here. Yeah, and for this side I think I'm gonna use the mirror modifier on this one. So move the cursor to the center, change the origin point to 3D cursor, go to wrench, apply mirror. So choose the z-axis this time. Now we need to scale it down a little bit on the z-axis so that it matches the same scale we have in the reference. We also need to add a loop cut in the center, I think. Yeah, well, which can help us to create a little bit more better shape. Move it up a little bit right about there. Probably add a loop cut here. Probably move it down right about there, up a little bit. Yeah, and move it down a little bit right about there. And there. Now that's about right. And move it up a little bit on the x-axis. And I'm also going to apply this mirror modifier, but make sure you apply the clipping and check if vertices are connected to each other from the center. Yeah, perfectly fine. Apply the mirror modifier. Now I'm going to go to edit mode, and I think something is overlapping. So there are faces in between, so you need to select and delete them. So select them. Make sure you only select the center one and press X, delete faces. And then we have a loop cut in the center, but we don't need it anymore, so you can simply delete that too. Dissolve X. Oh, there are two, so dissolve X. As from the loop, I think there are duplicates of the same mesh, so to destroy the duplicates you can simply do one more thing. Select the whole mesh, press M on your keyboard and choose this by distance, and see we have 16 vertices removed. That means the duplicate has been removed, and this merge feature can really help you to remove the vertices or the overlapping vertices. And now we have the signal mesh, so now I'm gonna select the faces from the top, inset in a little bit like that, and I'm gonna extrude them back a little bit right before the end like that. Probably add a little bit, probably reduce the thickness a little bit, X, and move it up a little bit like that. Similarly on the Y-axis, just about there I think. Probably on the Z-axis a little bit more, yeah. That should be enough, I think. Yeah, that should be enough. Also apply the shade smooth. There we go. Go to normals. Apply the auto smooth. Yeah, looks good. You can simply keep the separate meshes locally if you want to in the shapes, but you can also apply the Sub-Div modifier to add more smoothness. But for now, I'm gonna keep it as it is. You can keep a close eye to the position if you want. If you think like it should be moved a little bit up, you can do it. There are always some little bit differences from the reference and the real thing, so there is no need to worry about that, even as a beginner especially. And I'm also gonna add loop cuts here, so I'm gonna add more. Add a loop cut here in the inside, but it is kind of overlapping the vertices here, so let's add here and move them back from probably here, this side. Yeah, similarly on this side. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, looks right about there, and overall shape is kind of looking good so far. So now for this volume, we're gonna add the text later together. So for the volume, we need that gear inside this extrusion, right? So how are we gonna create that gear? Well, there is a special plugin inside of Blender which can help you to create that gear from here. You can access the modifier from here in the preferences, go to add-ons and press and type extra, and simply activate this add-on, the extra objects, and now you can create the gear. Simply press Shift A, go to gear. There we have the gear, but you can see the size is too much. But first of all, increase the number of teeth, which is about to go into 40, and I'm also gonna turn down this radius in between, just this, and now I'm gonna work solo. And we can also turn down the width a little bit, just right about there I think. Yeah, and probably increase this base in between. Yeah, I'm gonna select this, go to edit mode, and I'm gonna fill these holes like that. Probably this one, F, and I'm gonna scale it down right about small enough to get inside the Game Boy. Go to front view, turn it down on X-axis. That, see, pretty easy, quick and cool. And move it about there. Scale it up a little bit. Scale it up on Y-axis to add a little bit more thickness, like that, and put it right about there. Also move it in a little bit, like that. See, easy peasy. So there we go, looking pretty neat. And we're also going to keep it as simple as it is, without applying any kind of subdivisions, because it's already separate mesh, so no worries. And now I'm going to add the text. So I'm simply going to select this on and off, and I'm gonna go to front mode, and I'm gonna duplicate this onto the other side like that. And we also need to mirror this on this side, so press Ctrl M, Y, and there we go. Also rotate it on this side, so rotate on X-axis 180 degrees, there we go. And now go to edit mode, change it to volume, go. Move it back a little bit. There we go, and duplicate to the top. Shift D, move it on the Z-axis. Go to Edit More and Extension. See, pretty easy, quick, and we have write down our text on the top like that. Yeah, looking good. And we have successfully created our sides. And one thing we'll have to do on the sides is speaker holes. So let's get down with it quickly. Alright, so now let's start working on the holes. Let's go to the side view and go to wireframe mode, go to edit mode, and we have 3 holes here, and as well as on the other side on this Game Boy. So first what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to position these pre-existing loops right into the center of this circle, so that we don't need to create any unnecessary loops which can simply destroy the topology right over here in the front section. So we need to be very careful and smart about creating these extra loops here. So by the way, we don't need to move the entire loop from its position, only the vertices which are around that specific circle, so that we can maintain and get the topology right according to the position and the shape, which can help us to get the same results we want to achieve with the holes and the extrusions, or the holes and the extrusions, or the circles, or whatever we are trying to create here. Okay, so that's our goal, and that's what we are trying to achieve here. So move it up a little bit like that, right above the center where I want to cut down the hole, and I'm gonna add a loop cut here on the edges, you know, which can provide us the topology. So I'm gonna add a loop cut here, but you can see the loop cut is going through all over that circular button. And if you go to object mode, it is not kind of destroying the geometry over here or kind of making any unwanted results or unaesthetic results. So let's go back to this. It is almost set to the edge, which is good. So we don't need to move the vertices anymore. So simply apply another loop around here like that. But you can see we applied over there, which is not good. So be very careful when you're gonna work on the sides. They kind of get a little bit complicated sometimes with the things which are in front or in the back. Control R, apply here, and this is already in the place, so no need to worry. And I'm also going to add a loop cut here, which is going to cover up the section. And loop cut, move it here, but now what exactly it is interacting with within the whole model looks already good, no problem at all. Even on here, and yeah, everything looks good, no problem. So now you can move ahead. Let's go down, and again similarly we need to add loop cuts for this. So first of all, I'm gonna select these, and hope I didn't select that way. Yeah, I have actually. So deselect. So now I'm gonna move these down a little bit on this axis like that. I should have done on the other side too. Probably I think I should, because we are going to create holes same on that side, so there is no problem with that. Moving them down both like that. Add another loop cut like that. Move. I think it is not, but it is. Add another loop cut right about here. SC to flat it out. Move it up a little bit. Just make sure it doesn't jeopardize the topology over here. If you go to object mode, everything looks fine. Good, keep it up. Now add a loop cut in the center. SC looks good. Move it down a little bit, probably. See again. Yeah, and we have 2 holes here done. Probably here too, I think. We should check out here too. Yeah, these are also looking great. Make sure your topology stays same on the both sides. Now we need to add another loop cut, which I'm gonna do from that side. Add here, and probably move it up right back there. Now we need to add a loop cut here. Control R. It up a little bit. Yeah, I think we need to deselect these vertices here, and now move it up a little bit like that. Probably move these one a little bit down. Yeah, also check on the other side. More or less good. Looking good enough. And now we need to add loop cut right in the center to cut down the hole. And we need to check where it is connecting. It is connecting on that side, which is not good. Connect here. Let's check the fact. Looking good this side. Apologies, a little bit start to wanky here, but now that's the problem a little bit, but still it's just gonna manage here, no problem, not a big deal. Let's just sort it out a little bit. Let's add loop cut here in the center. Looks fine. Also add the loop cut here. Yeah, right about there, I think. Looks good, but not the whole thing. Let's just add the loop here and here. And I'm gonna remove the vertices from the selection. And I'm only going to move these one. Also deselect these one. So these are also not unnecessary to move. And move this one here. Up there. I think that's good. So need to add a loop cut here because we haven't added one. So add there. Yeah, which goes right about there. So no need to worry about that. So move it down like that. And move it down a little bit, right about there. Also flat it out a little bit. Yeah, good. Now we have the topology for our circles. So I'm gonna select these vertices. And I'm gonna delete these vertices. Similarly with the other ones, select, delete these. I think these one also got cut. Yeah, but there is a little bit problem here with the circle's position and the size and the shape. Okay, so we have a problem here as compared to this side. We haven't added those loop cuts to acquire the shape of the circle, which we have applied here. So we need to undo back for all the holes, and I'm gonna add a loop cut here on this side, right about there, and also on this side. Yeah, they're already on spot, so we don't need to move them back and forth. And let's check out the shape of the buttons, which is already looking good, no problem at all. So now we can go around and cut the holes in the center, like these. I'm actually selecting these vertices on both sides now because they're already lying underneath to each other. So X, delete the vertices. Now we need to select these vertices for back and forth for all. These one and these one. Also this. And now make sure you select the individual origins. Go to loop tools and select circle. And now there we have perfectly looking circles in the center. Now scale them down a little bit, or probably scale it up. Move back and forth or adjust the shape, just exactly we have in the references. By the way, things in references are not exactly flat or not in orthographic views because I have rendered out those references in a perspective view. I forgot that time that I need to use them as a reference, so I should be rendering them in an orthographic view. So it's not a hard and fast rule that you have to simply acquire the same shape as we have in reference. Just take a close look from the eye. This is just your first exercise as a beginner in Blender or in 3D. So that's right about there is looking just fine. And I'm already kind of digging the shape. There is something going on here, I think. Yeah, no, perfectly fine. Probably match these circles with each other. Yeah, right about there. Looks good. Select these circles all together. Yeah. Now I'm gonna press F to fill them in, and I'm gonna extrude them inside like that. Yep, awesome, perfectly fine. Now press Ctrl B to add the bevel, add subdivision in the center and drop it. And now we also need to apply the bevel on the top, so select these vertices. Now this is going to be a little bit tedious here, so select one after another. Be very careful when you're going to select these edges like that. Sometimes small mistake can lead to catastrophic results later in the topology, so just be careful. Now we can simply apply the bevel, Ctrl B, and there we go. Let me check the topology here a little bit. Let's go to object mode without deselecting. Yeah, now the speaker hole's looking perfectly fine, good. But you can see we have a little problem here, I think. So we need to move these vertices a little bit back. So it's kind of causing a little bit problem here, I think. Move it back a little bit. These artifacts can also come because of the normals, the front normals and the back normals. So you can simply reset the normals or recalculate the normals by simply selecting the whole geometry. Press Shift N on your keyboard, and they're simply gonna recalculate the normals. You can also check your normals from this window. Go to this and face orientation, and you can see we have a lot of topology which is actually working throughout the back face. So let's just change them too. So go to object mode, select these topologies which are facing backwards, mostly all of the buttons. So go to edit mode, select them all, press Shift N, and there we go. Now they are all blue. That means they are all front facing now. So now you can deactivate this face orientation. Perfectly fine. But we haven't lost this artifact here. So what is the problem? So let's just see here. Okay, we have a problem. This edges inside is actually creating a face, so we need to get rid of that. So simply select these faces and just simply press X, delete the face. And now that artifact is gone. Be careful about these things. These always come in the topology when you're gonna create that model. So it's good if you are encountering them now, because if you start to practice now, that how you can get rid of them. You can simply work on more complex models with more ease, with more experience later. So yeah, we are done with the holes. You can simply extrude them in a little bit more if you want to, but for me, I think that's enough. So now we are completely done with the front, but I think one thing is left is this top here, right? The screen is a little bit extruded out or simply raised out a little bit from the tops, so we should do that. So let's go to the front view, to edit mode, and I'm gonna select this. Now this is perfect because I can apply a bevel modifier which can simply, add loop cuts from the center, and we can simply create that raised section. Press Ctrl B. Remove the subdivision from center with mouse wheel, and I'm gonna move it right about there. And yeah, looking good. And now only select the front face, and I'm going to move it out like that, just right about there. Let's check it from the side. Looking perfectly good, and that's completely up to you that or how much extrusion you want to add. I think that's about there is looking good, but we also need to add proximity loops. So Ctrl R, add there, or simply drop it in the center. Ctrl B, add it from the center, both sides equally, just like that. Also, we can add a proximity loop on this side, right about there, which is almost looking good, and it is just looking perfectly fine. And one thing I'm feeling missing here is these sections. You can see a little bit stretched out. We need to add proximity loops here. So probably add here one, also on this side, Well, now I don't know what kind of topology it is damaging down there, but I think let's just drop these vertices because we only want to move this right about there, or probably for this corner too, so no need to worry. Let's just probably move this down like that. We will see if these proximity loops causing any problems down there. Nope, perfectly fine, you can add. So similarly on this side, Control R, add there. Awesome. Awesome. So now let's just check our topology. Yeah, now the section looking perfectly fine, good. We are getting into shape. So now our front section is completely ready. It's time to move to the back side. So let's get started for that. So let's just start working on our back, but before that I'm gonna move this reference a little bit on the side because it is just getting in my way. So I'm gonna select here and go to selectable, select this, move it back just right about there, unselect again, perfect. Okay, let's go to the side. And now the thing you need to understand here is when it comes to creating the complex models like this, you don't have to create the whole model together, attached, right? If you work on something, suppose we just worked on these speakers, right? So if entire thing is connected to each other, and suppose now I want to do something with this whole, I mean like if I want to add a loop cut or something, it can simply jeopardize my entire topology throughout the entire circle, right? And you have already seen the results here, right? So it's not the best practice that, so you always create a model which is entirely connected to each other. So due to that fact, I'm going to create the back completely separate from this front section. And to do that, first I'm going to go to edit mode, and I'm going to select this outer layers, all the vertices. You can see it's an entire loop circle connected to each other, right? So now I'm going to press Shift D and press P to separate it from the mesh, and just there. And here we have the separate vertices loop around here. See why I did that? Because you can see this loop is actually imitating the shape of this front section of the Game Boy, right? And if we are going to create the back section or the back plate, it should be exactly in the same shape as we have this front section. Otherwise results not gonna look so good from this cut which we're gonna create here, right? So now we're gonna start working on this loop or this edge, and we're gonna make it perfectly fine and closed from the back. Definitely we're gonna make our model closed. So now I'm gonna work on this loop, and I also want to hide this reference for the now because I don't want to get in my way. So hide it. Yeah, perfectly fine. So let's go to edit mode, and first of all I'm gonna check the number of vertices in this loop. Press A. Let's go to here and activate the statics. So here we have total 154 vertices. Got the number, right? So I have used my own personal technique to to counteract this trouble, which is, you can see these vertices are actually maintaining the shape of this Game Boy, right? But these vertices in the middle or somewhere here are just not so helpful. These are simply increasing the number of vertices as well as the polygons in the shape. So when you're gonna use the subdivision type of 3D modeling, these kind of steps really gonna help you to save a lot of topology in your 3D model. So I'm gonna delete these vertices. Why? Because they're simply gonna help you to reduce the number of polygons in your 3D model. Also gonna make the model a little bit less dense as compared to which gonna include these vertices, obviously. So that's what I'm gonna do here. I go to the back side, and also I'm gonna make sure the number of vertices on the top get same down here. Why? Because so that we can simply close down our lid easily on the back. So to do that, I'm gonna work around a little bit. So let's go to the solo mode first so that I can see the mesh a little bit more clearly. So this is our center, right? I'm gonna add a loop cut here if I can. No. So first of all, it's a best practice that if we create a mirror, okay, so I'm gonna delete these side vertices, delete them all, all F4. Go to wireframe mode, and now I'm gonna select these vertices right from here, right about there, and I'm gonna delete or dissolve all vertices. Just this, you can see how significantly the number of vertices has dropped down. So now so the first thing I'm gonna do is simply extrude this vertex a little bit to the center like that, and I'm gonna connect with this, scale on the x-axis so that we can get a flat result. Now I'm gonna move the cursor to the center, apply a region 3D cursor, definitely gonna add a mirror on that, move it up from the subdivision. By the way, these modifiers are actually being applied as stacks. So the modifier which is on the top is going to affect first on your 3D model, and the lower one after that. Also activate the clipping here. Nice. And now the next thing we need to do is simply create this equal amount of vertices right on the top. But make sure all the vertices stay about, separate from each other so that we can avoid any kind of overlapping on vertices. So what is the number of these vertices? Select. We have 10 vertices out of 29. So let's see how many we have on the upper side. Move this a little bit like that. Sorry. So we have 5. We need to add 5 more vertices around here. So press Ctrl R. Now add 5 more vertices there. You can check the number of vertices down there near taskbar. We have 5. Add there. And now I'm gonna select these vertices. And I'm also gonna select these lower ones. Should be 20. Yep. And now we're gonna connect them by bridging. And how are we gonna do that? So you can simply press right mouse button, go to loop tools, and simply select the bridge. And you can see it has simply connected our mesh, right? You can refine the shape a little bit if you want to, but I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna keep it as it is because I don't want to mess with the outer loop shape for the sake of topology and the look of the Game Boy, so I'm gonna keep it as it is. But we also need to add a little bit loop cuts inside. You can see we have these vertices on this, so if we want to create the quad topology, we need to add more loop cuts, and we're gonna connect them with that. So let's just do that. Let's add loop cut here. Go to there, add here. So simply do the Ctrl B. I think this is the most sufficient way to connect it more quickly. Select these, press right mouse button, loop tools, bridge them up. Cool, right? So same thing we're gonna do here, and loop cut here, move it up right about there, Ctrl B, and just simply drop it right about there, reduce one subdivision from the center. Good. Select these two, Ctrl right mouse button, bridge. Also add one loop here. Select these, F on the keyboard, there we go. Now fill the in-between one, simply select these, F, select these, F. And now we have a little bit mess here. Ctrl R, add there. Simply select this one. We have a quad here, perfect. We also have, now we have the problem, connect probably here, and there, and we have the quad. See, perfectly fine, no problem, nothing else. And I'm also going to delete the center one because I can simply extrude it out rather than simply creating more loop cuts on the empty loop and then connecting them is more time consuming. This kind of trick's gonna help you save a lot more time when you're creating this kind of topology, so be very observant when you're gonna create the topology. These are kind of puzzles, so solve them with all the smartness you got. Press C to extrude on the x-axis, there we go. Now let's go to the world mode and see how it's gonna look like. So it is looking perfectly fine as far as we can see. Yeah, right. But it doesn't have a thickness, correct? If we go to the side, we can see it has some thickness. So I'm gonna select this and I'm gonna add another modifier. You already guessed it, which is the solidify modifier. But I think before doing that, let's just apply the transforms and also apply the region to cursor. Good. And now let's just add the solidify modifier, move it up, and there we go. You can see there is a little bit cut inside, right? If you go to local view, you can see it as a complete slate. Also apply the shade smooth, and there we go. And even thickness, apply the even thickness. Also, if we use rim, we have this hollow section, right? So it has applied the solidify modifier, but it has a hollow section inside it. It's also pretty much useful because it is saving a lot more topology to be filled in inside, which is unnecessary. So let's go to the world view, but you can see it is in the opposite direction. So press Ctrl M, Y, but we have a problem. It has moved from its it has completely moved from its position, which is not cool. So you can simply rotate it on the axis. Simply press R, Z, 180 degrees. It's still moving from its axis. So there is no simple way to turn it around. So okay, fine, we're gonna move it. We're gonna simply use the mirror modifier to move the side. So Ctrl M, Y axis, and there we go. Now we're gonna move it back with a very close eye on the topology. So move it back right about there. Seems good. And I think it is already looking pretty nice. There is nothing to worry about. Yeah, got to see the seam is being looking pretty nice. I was just worrying for no reason. Move it back a little bit. Yeah, looking really good. Let me check this a little bit. Let me check this from the front. Yeah, we have this side a little bit coming out. So what I'm gonna do here is probably this one too much. Move it back a little bit. I think that's the good idea. Yeah, go to the back side, select the vertices, probably move it inside just a little amount, just a tiny one. GX just a little bit, right about there. That's it. So now we're gonna move it as much as we have shifted it here. So GX, move it back right about there, right there, I think, and just try to match it exactly the same way we have here. Which can be a little bit tedious work. Probably scale it up on the x-axis just a little bit, probably right about there. Yeah. A little bit disalignment can also be a good thing for the sake of realism, because nothing is just simply perfect in real life, but this one is looking just perfect. So let's just drop it as it is. But one thing you can see, the thickness or the size of this back plate is a little bit too much as compared to the reference, right? So we need to turn it down a little bit. So simply select this, and you can simply turn down the thickness a little bit like that, probably about there, and move it inside a little bit. Yeah, right about there looks nice. And there we have it up a little bit on the y-axis, just about there. Yeah, looking good so far. Yep, looks perfectly nice, same good. Awesome. And finally we have the back plate, and now we're gonna create that cartridge section in which you're gonna add the cartridge to play the game, right? So the next thing is going to be that. So let's just get started with that. So to create the back section, let's just first load the back reference of this Game Boy. So let's go to the back side like that. Open up images, reference, and there we go. We have the back one. So load it up, and just like before, we need to scale it down right about there. Not too much. Go to the wireframe. Just match it up as we have done before. Scale it on the x-axis a little bit like that. That's just too much. Move it on the x-axis a little bit. Yep, right about there. And this looks just fine. So I'm gonna move it up a little bit on this side, just like that. And just like before, first of all, reduce the opacity to 0.2. And now let's go to the object properties. visibility, uncheck the selectable, and there we go. So now let's go to the back side and see what we're gonna create here. So I think we should hide the model for a while until we get the shape. So just hide it, select all, hide. Yeah, good. So now we need to create this back section for the cartridge, and for that let's just add a plane. By the way, first of all, let's change the pivot point to median. Now let's add a plane, rotate it on x-axis by 90 degrees, scale it down to 0.001. It's just too small, so scale it up right about there. Yeah, perfect. So now let's go to edit mode and drag it down right about that size. We're good also. And now I'm gonna select these vertices, move them up a little bit, right up to the end of these, sidebars. And now I'm gonna add a loop cut. First of all, right in the center. Then I'm gonna add a loop cut right over there. We can probably do a mirror. Now I'm gonna add another loop cut. Control R, and here, right about there. Looks good. Probably move up a little bit, right about there. Yeah, good. Okay, so now I'm gonna select this vertex and I'm gonna delete it from the center. There we go. I'm gonna delete this side for now. And just as before, I'm gonna apply the mirror modifier. Go to mirror. There we go. Looking awesome. Now I'm gonna select this side, and I think it's right time to unhide the model for now, so that we can see things more clearly, but hide this one, which is the front view. Also the side views, we don't need them anymore, I think. Only for one, I think. Yeah, that should be enough. Probably this one. Yeah, the right side. And now I'm gonna move that section back a little bit. Where is it? Let's hide this once and take it out. Unhide. Unhide. Yeah. Again. Yeah, right about there. And just now move it back. Go to the side view and make sure it stays on the corner edge like that. Right about there. And don't worry about the size. We can adjust it later. But for now, let's just go to edit mode and select this edge. Go to side view and extrude it down on the y-axis like that, so that we can touch the surface right about there. Yeah, let's go to the back view and probably unhide this one. And to match that, let me hide this a little bit. We already had touched the surface, so you can simply hide the front one. Hide it. Things can be a little bit tedious while working with the references, so no worries about that. So now I'm gonna select this edge a little bit, and I'm gonna move it in a little bit, just right about there. Yeah, or you can simply move it out a little bit if you want to, but I think that's fair. That's nice there, so we don't need to anymore. However, we can now start working on the next thing. So first, I'm gonna apply a subdiv modifier of level 2, control 2. Now the first thing, we're gonna apply the shade smooth, so do it quickly. And now I'm gonna add loop cuts. So go to back view, add loop cut here, move it right up to here. I'm gonna add a loop cut right about there. Also on this side, right about there. And on this side, all the corners retain their shape perfectly and nicely, just like that. Looking good. But in the reference, you can see this cartridge section is closed from the bottom, right? So we are going to do that. So go to edit mode and select these two vertices from the bottom. Now extrude them in on the x-axis right up to the middle, but you can see they are crossing into each other, right? So we need to activate the clipping on the mirror. Now move them on x-axis and they are attaching in the center like that. select this one and fill this in. Also select this one, sorry, but as you can see we can simply just fill them up because we need two subdivisions right in the center here on the down bottom. Control R, add a subdivision right about there. Probably go to the back side to match it perfectly nicely and move it down right about there. Yeah, that should work. Also add a subdivision, sorry, also add another subdivision here. Go to back, move it down there a little bit, just like that. And now just fill them up. Select these vertices, press F to fill them in, simply this one, F, and simply use the edge if you want to. This is more quick. See, perfectly and nicely. So we have our section closed from the bottom. Now what we're gonna do here is we're gonna add the loop cuts on the back. See, you can see clearly, right? So, but one thing I need to do before doing that is I'm gonna add a loop cut here because I can see the edges are sharp on the corners, right? But our is a little bit curved, right? So add a loop cut right here to make it more sharp. Also another one on this for the top, like that, and also towards here, just about there. Now it's looking nice. Okay, so now let's just add loop cuts in the center here. So add loop cut, right one here, add one here, right there. Select this one, move it up a little bit because we need to provide them right in the center, just like that. Also add loop cut right about there. Awesome. Now this work is completely easy, alright, nothing as compared to the before as we have completed on the front section. That was totally insane, I think. So yeah, looking good. So we also need to add a loop cut for this section, right about there, that's sufficient. Also here, select this vertex and move it down a little bit, right about there. Add a loop cut here, to maintain the shape a little bit. Move it down a little bit, looking good. Probably add one here and move it down a little bit. Probably I'm just giving too much attention to the topology, to the shape and size, but that's me. That's what I have always done for all the biggest projects, which you can check out on Artstation if you want to. But as you can see, our back is a little bit too flat as compared to we have in the reference, right? So first of all, I'm gonna go to edit mode and I'm gonna select all these faces here, even this one. So let's go to the face mode, select more nicely, and probably select this one. Yeah, and probably this edge too. Press Ctrl plus and I think that looks good. Also deselect these one, we don't need them, we only need the back lid. Also this one. And now let's go to the side view and I'm gonna drag it out on the y-axis just like that. Probably scale, I think I'm not gonna scale it down because the dimensions in the reference are a little bit smaller as compared to we have created here, so we can manage that later a little bit, but for now I'm gonna keep it as it is. So yeah, here we have the back lid, but you can see we have some sort of, we have a little bit curviness going on here, so we need to provide some proximity loops just as before. First of all, add one here, add one here, and simply go around there. Let me just deselect the edge here because I don't want to overlap the vertices. So press B, shift and deselect these vertices. And now simply move these inward. Right about there, I think that's enough. And I'm also going to add one here. But let me just deselect those again too. So deselect, move them here, right about there. Also I'm gonna add a loop cut right here looking awesome so far. And probably select this loop, tighten it up a little bit. Yep, looking nice and awesome. Probably too sharp, I think. So maybe we can delete this one. Probably we don't need it. So here we have, and something is going a little bit weird here, which wasn't in the reference or the when, or simply when I created before. Oh yeah, I forget it. I hadn't this face over here, and that I kind of created here mistakenly. So let me first delete the loop cuts which I have created. See, these kind of things always kind of put you in a puzzle. And delete this one. So now we have the perfect shape, right? Because later on we can apply the solidify modify on this, which can definitely takes away the look. So I'm gonna delete this one here for now. Probably this loop, because we don't need this at the moment. We can add them later. Also these one and these one, I'm kind of restoring it somehow. So for now I think I'm gonna delete this one too. As simple as possibly we can check the shape. Yep, now perfectly right, as I had before when I created this Gameboy first. So now we can start developing the shape. So we have here, and one thing I'm gonna do here is, let's get to the side, is I'm gonna add a loop cut right about there. No, right on the vertical section, right about there. Because I want these bevels to be applied right about this edge, not anymore further down the edge. So like this one, this one, this one, and this one. Also this one, the back. And now let's go to the back view, and we can apply the bevel. Control B, and there we go, looking awesome. And now I'm simply gonna go to the side view, and I'm gonna deselect these edges from this way. Sorry, select this one, recheck again, probably leave this edge too. Go to the vertices mode, and I'm gonna deselect this one. Yep, edge view. Now deselect this one. And now I'm gonna press E to extrude in, just like that, on the Y. First of all on the Y-axis, and I'm gonna extrude them in about like -0.4, I think, probably -0.3. That should be enough. And I'm gonna move them a little bit on the x-axis so that they get equal, and now they're looking pretty nice and good. But before deselecting those faces, let's just apply inset, and make sure you change this pivot point to individual origins so that we can add some sort of loop cut inside. So press I, and we have here, but this is going to be problem a little bit because this is the edge, and we have created some sort of face here which we need to get rid of later. So for now let's just keep it as it is, or we can do one more thing, which is before inserting this, let's go to the object mode, and let's just apply the mirror. There we go. Let's go to the edit mode. Now we have selection here, so now simply press I to insert them all in right about there. You go to solid mode. Yeah, looking good. And now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go to the edge mode, and I'm gonna select these edges one by one, but be very careful when you're going to select them. Anything wrong can result in pretty bad shape of these extruded lines. Select them in, these one, Just be very careful. This one, on this one, on this side, and the last one, for God's sake. Now press Ctrl B. Just a tiny amount, add a subdivision in the center and drop it. And there we have it. But these are a little bit curvy from the sides, so we need to add a loop cut. Add here. By the way, the system feels a little laggy, so I'm going to turn this down. Now I'm going to add a loop cut right about there, which is 0.09 specifically. So there, and I'm going to add it here. 0.9, perfect. So that we have an equal amount on both sides. We have applied the mirror. There we go. So this backlit already looking so awesome, and we have the shape, and tight this loop a little bit, probably for the best sake. Move it up a little bit, right on this here, right about 0.7 value, like that. Also on this side, I think, move 0.7. Yep, good, awesome. Now the next thing what I'm gonna do is we're gonna work on this back label section. So let's go to the back view, and before making the selection, let's check the loop cuts. Probably select this one here and move it down here a little bit to improve the shape as we have done before, which is about negative 0.1. And similarly do this on this side. I think this one already had its way, so we don't need to worry about that. So let's just make our selection. Select this one. So select the face mode here. Select these faces. Awesome. Just looking good. Let's just extrude it in right about there. This should be enough. Let's apply this. More or less looking nice. So let's just add inset, or you can do another thing. You can simply go switch to the edge mode and then simply press B and press shift on your keyboard and deselect all of these edges in between by pressing left mouse button. There we go. Rather than adding inset, you can simply add a bevel here. So press Ctrl B, bevel with one subdivision in the center. Always remember that. This is our default value for the sake of bevel. So similarly, I'm going to select these edges one by one. On this side, like that. Press numpad period. And I'm going to press Ctrl B to add bevel here, just like that. And there we go. We have a shape, but we need to improve it a little bit to match the reference, which is a little bit sharp on the corners. So to do that, as you know, we have done before, add loop cut here. Ctrl B from the center, remove the subdivision from the center and drop it right about there. Awesome. So now let's just add a loop cuts on the vertical section. So I have loop cut here, move it about here, which is negative, which is 0.8, 0.8, like that. Also on this side, 0.8, yep. And it is looking really awesome. And looking awesome, nice. I think we need to remove this center loop. It is kind of making the edge a little bit sharp on the center, so I'm gonna remove it. X, dissolve edge. There we go, a little bit better. And we don't need these a little bit, I think. Probably these one too. Dissolve these. This one looks more better now. And I'm gonna move it down a little bit, probably just a tiny amount. Also move these vertices a little bit first. Move it down right about there. Move them down a little bit. I think I have probably applied the sharp edges, proximity loops a little bit tight on the edges. You can simply place them a little bit loosely on the edges. So Yeah, but it looks pretty nice and fine. Even I have another version of a little bit, more sharp cornered back flip. So more looking pretty nice. You can see we have some sort of shading issue here, right? So what I'm gonna do here is, you can see we have this edge here, right? Kind of connecting these two loops, right? We also have similar one here. So I'm gonna select these two and I'm gonna press J to connect them. So now we have created two triangles in between, right? Tri-face, right? So I'm gonna add a loop cut here to make this squad, and also we also needed a loop in between this to sharpen the edges a little bit from the outer section. Similarly, I'm gonna add this one here. Yeah, looking nice. And I think we have a problem here. Yes, we have n-gons here. So we got these from that section when we removed the loops and reset this edge. So, but don't worry, we can fix them pretty easily. So let's go to the back section, and I'm gonna select this entire section and just gonna delete it. Wow, we have made a mess, right? So simply select this and press C to extrude it back on the Z-axis like that. Drop it right there. Yep, looks good. And now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna simply delete these vertices. To delete, there we go. And there we go. We have nice clean edges on this one, but we have the curviness a little bit, so we can add a loop cut. Let me add this. Yep, right there. Let's see where it goes. And it's up there pretty nicely, clean, no problem. Similarly, add this one here. Control R and here. Awesome. Looks pretty nice and neat and clean. So we also need to add a loop cuts on this section. Now Control R, move it right about there to make the edges more sharper on the corners just a little bit, and also on this side. Control R, apply here. Yep, looks good. And we also need to add a loop cut here. It's right about there. Control R and here. And probably add an inset, maybe. Probably select the whole section like this. Yep, looks good. And just add a bevel here. Control B, add a bevel just right about there. Add a middle section and drop it out. Yep, pretty much sharp, clean topology on the basic end. It's looking pretty nice. So now we need to duplicate out a polygon right out of this rear label section to add those label details on this section, right, with the texture. So let's just go to the edit mode and we're gonna select these faces. And we're gonna press Ctrl numpad plus to completely select all the faces inside on the surface. So Shift D, duplicate, and press P to separate them from the mesh. There we go. You can simply bring it forward a little bit, but first of all, let's apply the all transforms. Change the origin point to the object center, which is this. Move it up a little bit on the y-axis, and there we go. Pretty easy, neat and clean, and quick. So here we have the backlight for our Game Boy. So I think one thing is missing is we need to add loop cuts here. Just to retain the shape a little bit more better. Add there. Yep. I'm gonna unhide the rest of the Game Boy. And not you, buddy. Just hide it yourself. So now I'm gonna apply a solidify modifier. Solidify to add a little bit thickness. Move it up. So, but first, let's just apply the all transforms and set the origin point to geometry. Now it's looking like a mess, right? So even thickness first of all, and turn it and change the offset to +1 and turn down its value, probably 1 mm, and try to add the value inside. but everything looking a little bit mess. So let's go to the edit mode and press shift and set the normals correctly in the right direction. There we go, -1, because we want to add this thickness in towards the inside. Also I'm gonna go to edit mode, because we can clearly see these are looking a little bit curvy from the top, because we don't have any proximity loops here. So add one here, -0.95, and also add one here, -0.95, and we have perfect shape, but we still need to adjust our thickness very carefully. Remove the rim. It should be 1 mm, I think 2 mm. Be very careful with this value. You can simply, don't just simply overdo it. So this is still looking pretty much, but you can see we have some sort of shading issue here because we haven't applied any proximity loop here. So see where you're gonna miss the proximity loop. They're already gonna show you some sort of artifacts there, which is gonna alert you that, hey, add a proximity loop here, maintain my topology, retain my shape. So yeah, that's the thing here. So this is getting a little bit weird, so adjust it very carefully, these center sections. So now you can see our model is looking pretty nice with the thickness, but we have this problem on the sides, which is actually the thickness it has gained from these extruded sections here. So I think I need to work on it a little bit. So I'm gonna go to the solo mode and I'm going to turn off the solidify modifier just for now, so that I can select these faces clearly, so that I can pull them in a little bit. So this is going to be a little bit tedious, so I might speed up the section here, because all I'm going to do here is simply going to select these inner faces, extrude them in on the x-axis to get the solidify modifier nicely applied on this lid. So I'm gonna a little bit speed up this section here, so be careful with that, so just keep watching. And now we have selected these faces, right? So first I'm going to go to object mode and activate the solidify modifier, and you can see the results, right? So let's go to the edit mode back, and I'm going to press Ctrl numpad plus to select the polygons a little bit inside. And now I'm going to scale them in a little bit. Press S, X, and scale them in. Still got these issues. Press Ctrl plus again to select the face a little bit more, so scale them in a little bit again, like that, just about there. And let's go to the object mode. Yep, they are gone, and our lid looking perfectly nice. You can simply increase the thickness a little bit more, which is 3 now. You can already see it's looking pretty nice. So guys, here we have this lid, and I'm going back to the global view, and you can see it's looking pretty nice, dope, and our Game Boy is already looking pretty nicely from all the sides. So now next we're gonna do is oh wait a second, you can see we had the same issue here. So I'm gonna do this thing here. So select this, hide this, probably hide this lid, go to inside. I'm gonna select these faces, and I'm gonna press Ctrl plus a little bit, scale them in just like that. There we go, just about there, I think. Yep, looks nice, awesome. So there we go with our lid, and the next thing we're gonna create is the cartridge we have in the center. So let's get down with it. And here we go to create our cartridge. So to load the cartridge reference in the scene, I'm gonna hide everything except for this back reference, at which I'm gonna set the cartridge size. So select this entire mesh, hide it. Similarly, select this side view, this one, and hide it from the center. And there we have this back. And now let's go to the back view. Press Shift A to load the reference and image reference. And here we have the cartridge. Now scale it down like 0.01. It's perfect about there. Move it up, scale it up, right about there I think. And yeah, right about there. Scale it on the x-axis just like that. Just right about there. Yep, more or less same. Okay. Now go to opacity, turn it down to 0.2 as before. And let's take a look on this one here. We hide it. Yep, looks fine. So yep, that's nice. That's looking great. So let's go to the object properties, visibility, uncheck the selectable. There we go. And also hide the other reference. This one. Good. So now let's just start modeling this cartridge. So how are we gonna make this cartridge? Do you have any idea how we're gonna start modeling this? From where? I mean, like plane, or what should we do to even start this even in the first place? Any idea? Well, let's just simply move the cursor down here in the center, and first we're gonna add circle. It's there. And I'm gonna simply change this to, this world view changes to view, so that circle can face us in the world. And turn down its radius, which is too much. So right about there I think. Well, we can manage that later. So turn down the vertices to 16. These are too much. 32 is just too much. So 16 is enough. And now I'm gonna scale it down right about there I think. And move it down a little bit, position it well in the center so that it stays equidistant from both the edges. So I'm gonna move it right about there. So now I'm gonna simply move it back right about there I think. Yep, this looks fine. Move it up a little bit. Yeah, and the circle is looking pretty nice. So now I'm gonna go to edit mode, and the first thing you should be very careful about here is the position of the circle, because these extrusion lines we are going to create later are clearly dependent on the position of vertices on this circle. Now suppose if I extrude it out a little bit, then this is going to be that path on which I'm gonna create these extrusion lines, right? So just be very careful with the position of the entire circle. Everything just simply dependent on it. And for this side, I could simply delete these vertices, and I'm gonna select these, and simply I'm gonna extrude them on the x-axis right about there. And now I'm gonna simply move the cursor and move it down a little bit like about there, and I'm gonna press Shift S, move the cursor to select it, so the cursor stays in between these two vertices. So now I'm gonna change this origin point to cursor. There, go to range, apply the mirror modifier right about there, also apply the clipping. Perfect. Also, you can also check the clipping if it is working. Yep, it is perfectly fine. Now what I'm gonna do here is first of all I'm gonna select this circle and extrude on the x-axis like that. And now I'm gonna press scale, x-axis 0, there we go. And right about there. Yep, looking great so far. Don't worry about the loops, we're gonna add them later so that they can acquire the shape correctly. So first of all we have here this shape, and now so the next thing I'm gonna do is simply I'm going to add a loop cut here, which is right about there. First of all I'm gonna bring one a little bit closer here, probably right about there, and one a little bit here. You know, a distance between loops and, you know, the flat surface. And now we're gonna start adding the loop cuts. Control R, add a loop cut here, right about there. Also add here, right about there, and another one here. just add loop cuts enough. Just move this loop about here so that it can meet the shape right about there. Also add a loop cut here, just about there. Awesome. And simply we have a loop cut here which need to be moved down away like that. Move like there, right about there. And simply this one. Press always tab G twice. Oh, I forgot to activate the screencasting keys, so let me activate that. Good there, activate, and now it's working. So awesome, everything looking nice. So let's just extrude the top. So but before that, let me just do one thing. I'm gonna delete these vertices, and now I'm gonna select these one, extrude on the x-axis, scale them on x-axis like that, move them inwards. Perfect. Topology is looking pretty nice. Now I'm gonna do simply select this line and extrude it up on z-axis like that, which is going to be the top of our cartridge. Don't worry, I'm gonna adjust it later according to my way, so don't worry about that. So the next thing I'm gonna do is simply select these one, extrude them down on z-axis like that. We need to add a loop cut here, so Ctrl R, add another loop right about there. Awesome. Now select the whole edge and extrude it down just right there, about there, and extrude it again, move it down right about there. Awesome. So a little bit issue is going on with the placement, but we're gonna worry about that later a little bit, so don't worry. Or we can simply do it right away. Just simply move it a little bit there, right on the center. Go to edit mode, select these, move them back a little bit, and there. You're good. So now what we're gonna do here is I'm going to select these vertices on the outer edge, even here. Yep, even here. So now we can extrude them back a little bit on y-axis, just about there. I think we are missing something. No, probably, I don't know, maybe. Let me select this reference, selectable. I'm gonna move this back a little bit, right about there. Yeah, I'm in a wireframe mode. Yep, we are perfectly good. So yeah, everything looks good. You might be thinking that it's just a box, what the hell is looking good? So topology is looking good because we're gonna carve out the surface from that, so don't worry about that. But first thing first, select these vertices and shift your cursor to selection. And what I'm gonna do here, by the way, we don't need to move that anyway. Yeah, our region is already in center, so we can do one more thing is, and now I want to duplicate this entire cartridge onto the other side like a mirror, right? So to do that, what I'm gonna do is simply I'm gonna press Z, and you can see it has created the mirror on this side. So select the entire mesh, move it on the y-axis, just deactivate this clipping and move the entire cartridge on y-axis like that, and simply activate the clipping and move it back right about there, and I think that's just enough. Awesome. So here we have easy peasy cartridge on both sides, but now we need to carve out the surfaces or extrude the polygons in. So let's get started. Let's go to the front section there, back I mean. So press 3 on the keyboard to select the face mode and select these. Awesome. Let's check out our reference, looking pretty nice. And now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna extrude them in. Press C, extrude them in right about there. I think that's sufficient. Now go to object mode, also apply the subdiv modifier, Ctrl 2, there we go, looking good. So also apply the shade smooth by pressing right mouse button, shade smooth. Awesome. A few things we need to take care of here. First thing first, I think we need to move it back a little bit more, right about there I think. but make sure it doesn't attach with each other from the center because we have mirrored them on each other. So just be careful about that. Just keep it very near as possible. Then meet in the center with back right about there, I think. I think they're already have met each other in the center, so let's activate to see it. Yep, see why the value is going to be pretty critical. It just can't be saved, so I'll just keep it that way. Now what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to apply an inset modifier. So to do that, just simply press I. Now first of all, deactivate this mirror selection because we're only gonna work on this side. And now I'm gonna press I to inset like that. You can see this is going to be issue a little bit on this side, so we need to figure this out later. So there we go. So let's just simply sort this out first. So let's go to edit mode again, and I'm gonna add a loop cut here, and I'm gonna make it completely flat on the x-axis. So press scale x 0, there we go, and just go to vertices mode, just delete it from the center. There we go. Select this again, move it back right in the center, and we have a little bit longer mesh. So select the entire mesh, Control N, and it is not solving. And I'm gonna keep it that way. But before meeting them together, I'm gonna deactivate the z-axis for a while, and I'm gonna activate the clipping, connect them again, and there we go. Looking pretty nice. And now I'm gonna select the whole mesh and move it out a little bit on y-axis, just a little bit, so that it doesn't cause any problem when we're gonna mirror that on z-axis or on the y-axis. It's there. And now I'm gonna select these vertices again, all of them, and I'm gonna move them back on the y-axis like that. So we solved our problem pretty quickly, nicely, without any much trouble. So let's just work further. So the first thing I'm gonna do here is now I'm going to simply add a loop cut here so that I can help to retain the shape a little bit, just like that. And also I'm going to make selection here for the loops. And to do that, go to back section, go to back view, select these faces, like these one, and these one. Pretty easy peasy, nice, right? So this one too, by the way, don't miss anything. It's gonna screw up the entire topology otherwise. This one too. It happens sometimes, so it's just a normal thing. First of all, press C and then move it on the y-axis inside, like about negative 0.15 or probably 1.8, right about there, and simply move it on the x-axis inside 0.18 negative, like that. Looking pretty awesome, right? So now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna select these edges on the top, change the selection mode to edge mode, and select this loop, this one, and this one too. Similarly, select the whole selection about there, right down there, and this one, and this one, this one too. Just be very careful when you apply. Okay, looks good so far. And now I'm gonna apply bevel modifiers. Control V, add a subdivision in the center, and there we go. And we have the clean cuts, right? So now we also need to add a loop cut to maintain the shape. Go to the back view, add a loop cut here, right between the center, and move it down right about there. And we have pretty nice shape. Awesome. So we can also add more proximity loops in between these extruded lines to maintain the look a little bit more sharper. But for now, I'm gonna add a loop cut on this edge because cartridge is not a curve from the edge, right? So let's add a loop cut and move it right about there. And similarly from this side, and right about there. Perfectly awesome. Yep, getting into the cartridge shape. Pretty nice, pretty good. So now let's just work on this side. I think we also need to add a loop cut here, which because we can see there is some weird shading going on above this extrusion part, right? So let's add a loop cut, drop right above there, also from this side, right about there. Now everything is perfectly fine. Now let's carve out this center surface. So go to face mode, select this entirely, right about there. Pretty good. Now extrude it back, but make sure you also deactivate the z-axis for a while, because these kind of make issues when you extrude something in. They kind of attach from the center and jeopardize the whole topology. So extrude in right about there. I think that's enough. Probably, yep. Now press I to insert in once more to retain the shape right about there. Yep, looks good. Also add a loop cut from this side right about there, and also to this side. To this side, I think we need to add a bevel modifier. So select this edge and select this one and press Ctrl B. Ctrl B, there we go. Also maintain the subdivision in the center right about there. Pretty good, but pretty bad here because we have created something pretty bad here. So again, we need to create that thing. But before that, I think we should also create this section here because we need to delete and connect them again from the center. So, but before that, let's add other loops. So add here, Ctrl B, remove the subdivision from the center right about there. Yep, looks good. And about there, let's add a loop cut quickly. Not here, right here. Move it up right about there. Also add cut here. Also on the vertical line right about there. And I'm going to select these vertices and move them right about here, which is in the center, right? So, but there is a problem. First, I think we should do the thing I just deleted from the center and select this. Now select this edge, extrude on our x-axis right about there and flat it out like that. Now simply merge it into each other on the clipping section and everything looks perfect. Now let's simply select these vertices, move them here right about there. Awesome. Move this back a little bit. Now select the face in the center and I'm gonna extrude it back a little bit on the y-axis like that. But you can see we have a problem. These are actually automatically clipping together. So extrude it on y-axis like that. And you can see we have a face. So select the face mode, delete this face from the center. Awesome. Now again go back to edge mode and select the edge from here. Ctrl B. And there we have added a smooth bevel. Also add a subdiv in the center. So you can see here, right? Awesome. Similarly apply here. Go to wireframe mode, select this edge and this one. Yep. This one too. Ctrl B and add a subdivision in the center. Perfect. Another thing we're gonna do here, simply add a loop cut here. So add a loop, move it right about there. Looking good. Add a loop cut here, which is inside. Nope, outside. That doesn't matter. So move it up a little bit. Right about there. Yep, that looks good. Something is going on here. I don't know what. Add a loop cut here. Yep, sharp it out. Just like that. Now we need to provide that edge on this side. So go to edit mode, but also activate the z-axis so that we can see things a little bit more clearly from the back side. So yep, go to back view, add a loop cut here, right about there. I'm gonna deactivate this subdivision a little bit. That's making the system a little bit laggier. And we have a loop cut here, so I'm gonna use it for the sake of this. And we have loop cut here, right? So now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna add another loop cut. First of all, I'm gonna select this and move it down just a little bit. Also add another loop cut right about here. Yep. And also I'm gonna add a loop cut right about there. Just about there. Nice. And now I'm gonna select this edge here, vertices, also from here, and I'm gonna move them in a little bit on y-axis like that, and there we go, we have the shape. Easy peasy, quickly, no problem at all, right? But it is a little bit curvy, right? So we need to add proximity loops right in the center. Control B, remove the subdivision from the center and apply right about there. Just drop it. Awesome. So if you go to object mode, this thing is looking a little bit weird, right? It just don't have a little bit more sharpness in the edge. So I'm gonna add another loop cut here, move it right about there. Bottom is already fine, so we don't need to add anything. And it's just looking awesome. We also need to add another loop cut, make everything squeeze and tight. Awesome. Perfect. So one other thing we need to do is right on this top. So to do that, we need to apply this mirror modifier. So go here, apply, and we're done. Now to apply that, simply go there, delete these vertices, and come down here. And now we need to select these vertices, these one, or simply go to the back view. Make the selection more clear and obvious there. Also select these, and now bridge them up. Bridge, awesome. Simply select these, bridge them up, fill this in like a hole, and similarly this one, and fill. And now we need to add a cut in between, loop cut. Control B, add it right about there. Simply fill in the faces. Fill. Also add a fill here. And similarly over here. Or simply use the edge mode more quickly. This one, fill. You also need a loop cut in the center. This one, select this. Fill. Fill. This one, fill, and this one. And there we go. We have a nice clean cut, but it's a little bit curvy, so let's just add a loop cut here. Now loop cut, move it down like that. Also add from this side, right about there. And there we go with the cartridge. See, pretty much easy peasy. Let's check it on the local view. Looking pretty nice. Let's apply the transform and also apply the origin point. And we have the cartridge. You can also increase its thickness a little bit, scale it on the y-axis, or simply go to edit mode, select it from the center, move it just any way you want it. Everything looks good, but there is a little bit problem here I'm noticing. First of all, let's apply the shade smooth if there is something, but nope, no changes. Let's see the geometry from the center. Everything's separate and different from each other. No problem, definitely. So I think it is the problem related to the normals and shading. So let's just simply select this and go to this object data properties, open normals, and apply the auto smooth. And yep, they're gone. Awesome. So we have the cartridge, and to add this label, simply press Shift A, plane, RX 90 degrees, scale it down 0.01, scale it up a little bit, right about the same size, scale it on the X axis like that, move to the Z. And there we go. And we have the label. move it back a little bit, right about the size where you feel a little bit comfortable. Apply the transform, apply the region, and also parent it with the cartridge. To do that, simply make sure you have the selection of label, select this cartridge, Control P, and use set parent to the object. And there we go. Now if you select this cartridge and move it around, that label also moves with it. Simple, easy, and quick, right? So here we have the whole process about creating this thing. So now I'm gonna move this cartridge to back a little bit, select inward, move it out a little bit, right about there. Already perfectly fitting inside, right about there. You can also increase the thickness a little bit from the center. So go to side, select the entire cartridge right from the center, right about there, and just move it a little bit here as we have in the reference, probably on the other side too. There. By the way, I press Ctrl I to reverse the selection so you can manage it out, right? So also remove this center loop because we don't need it anymore. It's gonna just increase unnecessary polygons. So there we have our cartridge. And we also have completed, let me just hide out these references, we don't need them anymore in the scene. And here we have the complete Gameboy. Front section, sides, and the back, perfectly looking Gameboy. And now here we have the Gameboy, right? So let's see what we have left to add. The screws are missing, so let's just simply unhide the reference, which is about, let me just check a little bit. Yep, there. So let's go to the back view and let's just see the places we're gonna place the screws, which is here, equally there, and here. So I'm gonna select this back panel, which we have already created before, right? So to create the screws, let's just go to the back view, go to edit mode, and probably let's select this reference as well as this back plate, and simply unhide the rest. And there we go. So now let's just look at from the back, and let's go to the edit mode, and here we have to provide the screws. So the first thing first, I'm gonna add a loop cut here, right about there, and also gonna add to the bottom side, just this, and I'm gonna adjust the position of this vertex a little bit, right about there. Probably select these two and flat them out on the x-axis, move them back a little bit, right about there I think. Similarly these one on x-axis, move it back a little bit, right about there. Similarly do the same over here, and loop cut, provide right about there, also on the bottom side, right about there, and again shift it back a little bit. I think we should keep it here on this side. Similarly these vertices a little bit here, also add another loop cut right about there. Yep, leave it as it is. Right in the center, also add a loop cut in the center, right about there, and about there, and I'm also gonna add a loop cut in the center here, and right about here in the center. Yep, looking good. And we have extra loop for this one, but we have 3 loops for this one, but let's just see how we're gonna manage that. So I'm gonna simply select these vertices, and I'm gonna press X to delete them like that. Select these, press right mouse button, circle, and there we go. Scale it down, move it right about there, right according to the position of this screw, right about there. And I'm also gonna do for this, select X, delete, select these vertices, and choose circle, and just move right about there. Awesome. Now it's looking a little bit weird, but we're gonna fix it, don't worry about that. And now what I'm gonna do is go to edge mode, and I'm gonna select these edges, both sides like that, And now I'm gonna press C to extrude them in, just like before we did on the y-axis, right about there. But we have emerging problem here, but we're gonna fix that later, so don't worry about that. And I'm gonna press F to fill them in. See, it's almost gone. Now let's just add a bevel right about there. Probably move it back a little bit. I think that's just good because the screws are going to be a little bit deep inside in the frame, in the panel. Right about there is good. Yep. Let's just apply the bevel, Control B, and apply it right about there. Add a subdivision in the center. Yep, looks good. Similarly on the top, select this edge, and similarly on the bottom one. Control B, add a bevel. Awesome. And we have pretty good holes for the screws. Cool. Okay, cool. So now we're gonna add screws in them. And how are we gonna do that? Any idea? Well, first thing first, let's just move the cursor here. First thing first is we need to create the screw. And so to do that, simply press Shift A, go to Mesh, and simply choose this bolt. And there we have the biggest level of screw ever. So I'm gonna leave it as it is without playing with any kind of value inside this caddy of this screw. So just leave it as it is. So what I'm gonna do here is, first of all, I'm gonna scale it down like a lot. Scale it down just about there for now. Now I'm gonna go to edit mode, go to side view, change to vertices mode, and I'm gonna select these vertices and just gonna delete them. Similarly this side, and I'm also going to, there is second layer which is not actually completely connected to each other, so I'm gonna delete these vertices too. Select this one, this one, this one, and this one too, and delete these vertices. Now we have the circular edge, right? Select this, go to the front view and extrude it up right about there. I think is good. Probably a little bit more, right about there. Yep. And just fill it in by pressing F. So every one of you has seen the screws, right? So screws have a curvy look on the top, right? So to create that curviness, we need to add a bevel on the top. And to do that, simply press Ctrl B, add a lot of subdivision in the center, right about like 4 or 5, I think. That's just sufficient. Now let's go to the object mode, apply shade smooth, and there we go. But we also need to create that pattern, the pattern which is similar to the screwdriver's knob, right? So how are we gonna create that? Any idea? I do. Let's go to the top view. So press Shift A. Let's go to the extras and select simple star. And we have quite big star here, right? But the pattern we see in screws only has 4 corners, right? So turn down 1 point, which is about 4 corners, and now just scale it down. Right about there. Right in the center, press scale 0.1. Scale it down a little bit more, right about there. Yep. And just move it up, right about there. Now let's go to the edit mode, and I'm gonna select this vertex in the center and I'm gonna move it down, probably right about there. Yep, looks good. And there we have the vertex in the center. Now we're gonna go to object mode and move it down a little bit, right about there. I think that's just sufficient. We're also gonna scale down this screw a little bit on the z-axis, right about there, I think, and apply the transform. That's just good thing to do, right? And now just move it down a little bit, right about there. So select this screw, add boolean, and select this top surface star like that, and make sure you have selected difference here, right? So now if we hide this for a second, you can see we have a shape in the surface, right? And now you can simply select the star, move it down a little bit more, right about there, to get the complete shape. Looks perfectly nice. Now if we select this screw, go to normals, activate the auto smooth, looking nice, but probably the star is too much inside, so unhide it, to unhide it, and probably move it up a little bit, right about there. I think that's just good. Now let's just simply apply the boolean on this screw. Control A, apply it, and delete the star. And there we go. We have a screw. You can simply provide a inset inside if you want to, like I know this is N gone, but we're gonna keep it like that, so don't worry about that. So we have a screw. And now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna scale it down like a lot, and I'm gonna place it right inside. Let's go to the side view, scale it up a little bit, rotate it on x-axis 90 degrees negative, and move it right about there. And let's place it right inside the hole, right about there. Move it back there. It's actually outside, so just move it back there. Scale it up a little bit on y-axis, right about there. Yep, looks good. Simply select it, go to back view, and Shift T, duplicate on the lower section, right about there. And we're gonna duplicate them on the other side. Shift T, X, duplicate. So now we have these screws. Now I'm also gonna select these ones so that we can parent them with the mesh. So select this lid, Control P, select the object, and there we go. Now we select this lid. Now we move this lid. This screw is gonna move with that. So there we go with the screws. Looking pretty nice and good inside. All looks good. Let me hide these references just a bit. Just a tedious work to hide them every single time. I think we're also gonna add a loop cut here under this section. So let's go to the edit mode. I'm also gonna add a loop cut in the center here, and just move it right about there. It also looks more good and neat and clean, sharp, perfect. I'm also gonna add loop cuts on this side so that get this thing a little bit more corny look on that. Control B, only single subdivision in the center, about there. Yep, looks pretty nice, pretty dope. Awesome. So here we have our Game Boy. Looking pretty neat, right? So in the next section, we are going to create textures for this Game Boy in Blender as well as with the help of Krita. So I'll see you guys in the next section. Okay, so welcome to the texture session. So first of all, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna create the paint materials. I mean the materials which are not using any kind of image textures with them, like the red color, black color, and this glass material. So first of all, let's just switch into this rendering preview mode, to the shading viewport, like this. And I'm gonna select this front section, go to materials, add a new material, the red material, red matte, and we're gonna change this color to the red color, like that. See, looking pretty dope, right about there, and drop it. Looking good. And I'm also gonna apply this color to the back, so simply select this black flip, and then select this front section. Now I want to copy this color onto these two, right? So to do that, simply press Ctrl L and link materials, and this is going to link them too. Looking pretty dope. Let me activate the screencasting so that you can see what kind of shortcuts I'm pressing. Screen keys, activate these. Awesome, looking great. So now I'm going to add the black color to these buttons. So select this one, add a red color material, and make sure you press this. You're simply gonna duplicate the material, but as a new instance, which is not connected to the previous one. So change the name to black color, black matte, and change this to black. Right about there, yeah, completely black. So now I'm going to turn down the roughness, so about 0.22. Yep, looks good. Also gonna apply the same thing on the red texture, so turn down the roughness to about 0.22. Yep, which is looking pretty much shiny and glossy. Awesome. And simply select these one, and apply the same texture. Control L, link materials, there we go. And this one I'm also gonna use the same, so also select this one and the black, and yep, select this one, Control L, link materials, looking good. And now for this text I'm gonna use a red color. Select this one as well as this one and select this, Control L, material. Yep, looking great. It's gonna look a little bit delusional, but believe me, with perfect lighting you can make them shine too. So now let's just add the texture over this glass. I think I'm gonna come back to the glass later. First hide it, and I'm gonna apply the texture here first. So I'm gonna apply this black color again. So select this one and this button, Control L, sorry, and link the materials. There we go. And we also gonna apply this light. So add new material, power light. There we go. Turn down this base color to black because we are not going to use it, and we're gonna turn up this emission. Turn it up like that. Use the red color about there and pump up the emission to about 5. So now select this display in the center. We're gonna add this one and type in display. We're gonna add a texture on this later, but first of all let's just turn down the base color and also turn down the roughness about that, just a minimal amount, nothing more. Also to this emission, turn down the roughness almost like negligible. I'll come back to this display, and we can apply this emission to this. Change the color to pink about because it looks better, and pump up the strength a little bit. About there is good, and unhide the glass panel. So Alt H. Oh, we got these references back. Let me just put these in a separate collection, or simply just delete them because we don't need them anymore. So delete Hacky. There we go, we got rid of them. So here we have the glass section over that, right? But now the problem is I can't see a thing beneath the glass surface, right? Because we haven't applied any glass material on that. So select this, glass layer or glass layer, and I'm gonna turn down the roughness to 0, and I'm gonna crank up this transmission to 1 because this is gonna completely change it to a glass. You can already see the results on the surface, right? But we can't see through this. I can see it is reflecting back the environment from this viewport shading environment, right? But we can't see anything inside it. So how are we gonna do that? Well, there is a secret, because we are going to render this entire Game Boy with the help of a Eevee rendering engine. Okay, so let's just simply turn to materials and make sure you have selected this glass layer with the material, and go down, and somewhere here in the setting just simply activate screen space refractions. And when you're gonna do that, nothing is going to happen because we need to activate something from the Eevee rendering engine, which is here. So first of all, I'm gonna activate all those features which I'm going to use finally in the end for the sake of rendering. So I'm gonna activate the ambient occlusion, bloom, depth of field. I'm gonna keep it as it is. Subsurface scattering, keep it as it is. Activate the screen space reflections, and go inside, also activate the refractions, and there we go. Now you can see inside everything, right? The bulb is looking a little bit bigger in the size, but it actually looks good. Can be a little bit, distracting to the eye. So we can turn down its scale a little bit. So hide the front panel, go to bulb, scale it down on y-axis, right about there. That looks good. Now select this outer layer, the black section. Select the circle, go to the front view, select the circle as whole, and scale it down on y-axis. Right about there. Yep, looks good. And now unhide that front panel. It's also looking pretty good. Everything looking so dope, right? With the textures and colors. Now we need to apply a texture for our screws first. So I'm gonna select this. Now screws are metallic, right? So we are going to create a metallic material. Select this, screws, or you can simply write metal like that. And the first thing first, I'm gonna turn down the roughness right about there. That's sufficient. And I'm gonna crank up this metallicness right about there. And if you zoom into the screw, you can see it's completely metallic, right? Looking dope. So now just simply apply the same texture to rest of the screws, like this one, and this one back. Make sure it is make sure you select this screw as the main selection, and Ctrl L, link materials, and rest of the part is now metallic. Awesome. We also need to apply the metallic section over here for the extension sake, so I'm gonna select the metal from here. Metal, there we go. By the way, we also need to add something in the center, just like we see that unit inside a pen drive, which help us to transfer the data from computer to flash drive and vice versa. So let me just go to edit mode, select this face inside, duplicate, move it on y-axis a little bit, right about there, drop it separate from the mesh, select this one, go to edit mode, select the vertices in the back, move them back a little bit, on the x-axis, right about there, drop it, and also give it a little bit extrusion right about there. Good. And apply a new texture, the black one, and go to edit mode, select this and assign new texture. There we go, looking good. So we have paint textures on our Game Boy. Now let's apply on the cartridge. Select this, go to red material, just this, apply this, which is gonna create another instance. So I'm gonna give it a yellow color texture because I like the combination of red and yellow. So apply yellow, matte, and change its color yellow. A little bit more, I think. That one there is good. Yep, it looks good. And for this, we can apply a label texture. So add another material, the label, and I'm gonna keep it as it is because we're gonna apply our own image texture on this, so don't worry about that. We're also gonna apply our own texture onto this cartridge, which is about here inside. Also add a texture to this cartridge label. Yep, good. So we are good. Now it's time to create image textures for our Game Boy. So for that, we're gonna use Krita. And one more thing which I need to do is I'm gonna add colors to these strips. You can add any kind of color you want, but for these I'm also going to use the yellow color. So I'm gonna select these one by one, go to face mode, select these. So this is kind of thing that you wanna do when you're gonna create these loops, because now we are actually going to do a double time here by selecting these. Now it's kind of a double time, so try to avoid these kind of things as much as possibly you can, because it really consumes a lot more time. You need to be very efficient when it comes to 3D modeling. You can simply do these kind of mistakes. So select these, select this one, okay, this one and this one, also from this side. So I'm also gonna select these like that. Similarly on this side, select these, that, and similarly go to side view. Now select this section entirely, right about there, up there, up there. Yep, looks good. Also from this side, select this, select this one, and definitely this one. And there we have. Now press Ctrl plus to expand the selection like that. And I'm gonna add another color here, and I'm gonna apply the red one. Create another instance by go to object mode first, create another one, write down groups. These are actually groups, so selected So go to edit mode, change the color to like yellow or whatever you want and assign them. Now go to object mode, and yeah, they are looking perfectly nice over this. Let's go to the global view. Man, I'm really digging this look. Yep, really looking nice. Okay, so now it's time to create the textures for the display. So how are we gonna do that? Well, first simply hide this front section, the top layer, the glass top layer, and I'm going to create textures for this black guard layer of this display. First of all, I'm gonna add power here, probably add a sign for power. Then I'm going to add a name right in the center over here for this Game Boy. Probably I use GameX because that had in my mind. So how are we gonna create those textures? Well, first of all, let's open up another window here, vertical split, add here, and here we're gonna open up the UV editor. What is UV editor? How are we gonna use this? I'm just going to tell you right now. Let's go to the front view, select this card, press edit, go to edit mode, also choose the vertices selection to see it clearly, select all, and you can see as I have selected this here, something is popping up on our screen over here, right? This is actually the vertices of this mesh, this entire mesh. So if you're a very beginner and you don't know what is UV editor, how it works, then in simple words, simply think UV editing as a stripping down the clothes. Yes, it may sound a little bit weird, but yes, it simply works like that. Suppose a person wearing a black shirt, completely flat black color, nothing else, no logo, no text on it, simply flat black color. And now he wants to add some sort of texture or text or logo onto that, so the shirt looks more cool on him. So to do that, he strips down the shirt, right? And he takes a white marker and creates some logo on it, some painting, some design, pattern, texture, or anything, just for the sake of example. Create something, right? And now he put back on the shirt. And now what's gonna happen is the texture, the painting, the design he has created on his shirt is simply going to wrap around his body, right? Look at your shirts. Now what kind of body he has, that's completely on him. If he goes to gym, do the workout, or he's a lazy person laying on the bed eating chips all the time. So we don't know that, right? So it's completely based on the size, shape, and the form of the body, that how the texture on the shirt is gonna look like on him. Okay, so that's what exactly happens with the UV unwraps in the 3D. Now we have something, this black guard, right? And now think it like a person's body. Okay, so now we want to add some texture on this, which appear in our 3D render lately. So first of all, I'm gonna strip down this model as a shirt. And how are we gonna do that? Well, we have something functionality in 3D viewport, which you can simply check by pressing U on your keyboard, but make sure your cursor stays in 3D viewport window. Press U, and there we have UV mapping caddy, right? So there are different methods to unwrap this models as a shirt to strip it down. Basic one is the unwrap. We generally do this for basic reasons. We do it with adding scenes in the 3D model where we're gonna cut down the model. So this is a smart one, which works a little bit differently. Every single method has a different algorithm. So which one is we are going to use? Well, we only need texture on our front, right? The power over here and the GameX logo over here, right? So we can simply strip down this model right from the front side, because we're only going to see the textures on the front side, right? So there's no point of wasting any more time unwrapping the model from the back side, right? So go to front view, press U, and we're gonna use project from view. And you can see it has stripped down this 3D model in the form of these vertices, edges, and faces right down here, right? So we're gonna move it up right here, or we can simply go to these UVs, back islands, and there we go. And you can see its size, right? But if you want to cover all the size of this image, we have this grid size we have here, which is 1:1 scale for the texture. No matter what kind of size of the texture, if it's 1K or 2K, the grid size is the maximum space for the textures placement inside it. So make sure you have selected this. But we want this to cover whole space of this grid, which we have here, which is going to be the resolution of the texture. It doesn't matter if texture is 1K, 2K, 3K, or 4K. This grid is always going to be the space where you're gonna put your UV unwraps. So I want this to cover the entire space of the UV unwrap grid. So how are we gonna do that? Press U, go to project from view, or you can simply use project from view bounce. And when you're gonna use this, it's simply gonna cover the whole space in the UV coordinate system, just this grid. So now, how are we gonna create the textures on this? Well, we're gonna use the krita for this, and to do that, first of all, I'm gonna select the whole mesh here, and now I'm gonna go to UV, and I'm gonna select this export UV layout, and now I'm gonna go to this, and I'm gonna create another folder here, layout, and I'm gonna use this screen guard, export UV layout, and this UV layout is going to be exported as some format, as an image, which we're gonna load into krita, and we're gonna create textures on that. So let's go to the krita, and here we have the krita, right? So first of all, we have exported 1K resolution texture out of that model. Okay, so we need to create a new file, new, and we are going to create it about 1024 to 1024 size, which is about the 1K resolution size, right? And create, and there we go. And I'm gonna select this cursor, and now we're gonna import that layout into this krita window. And so go to the folder where you have saved it, which is there, which is this in my case, and I'm gonna drag it down there, like that, insert as a new layer. There we go. You can see the pattern, right? So this is going to exactly where we're gonna create our texture now. So for the sake of background, I'm gonna hide this, and I'm gonna add a new layer here, and fill layer, and I'm gonna use the black color for that. So keep it as it is, like that, and probably lock it down because I don't want to move it from its place or position. Also save the file. So now we're gonna create textures on that. I have rotated down a little bit by pressing shift, but you can set the rotation from here. If you're new to krita, it is similar to Photoshop, but I'm using krita because it is free software, and it helps me to create textures for free or creating art for free. But you can use any other editing software like Photoshop or GIMP. GIMP is also open source software, so you can download that. So krita is also free, so I'm gonna use that. So first thing first, I'm gonna create a power button here. I'm gonna add a text for power here. So I'm gonna create another vector layer here, and I'm gonna use this text. Add the box here, and we're gonna write down power. Also change the size to about 16, I think. Change the color to white, pure white. Also activate the boldness like that. Close it and see, text is already quite, the size is pretty much big, so scale it down. Control T to scale it down like that. Scale it down right about there, and now move it up a little bit, right about there. Yep, looks good. And now I'm also going to create a pattern for the sake of power indicator. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to create another vector layer, and now I'm going to use the circle for the sake of creating that power indicator. Select the circle, go to tool options, and I'm also going to use it as foreground color, and also turn down this brush to no outline, and create the circle here. Press shift to maintain the shape. There we go. But it has a black color, right? So let's select this vector tool for editing shape. Select this, and double click on that like that, and now we're gonna go to this color, change its color to completely white. There we go. And now you can do one more thing. You can simply, first of all, scale it down a little bit, probably right about there is sufficient. Move it back a little bit, right about there. And I'm going to duplicate this vector layer. So press Ctrl J, same as Photoshop, and use the move tool, move it up a little bit, right about there. Ctrl T to scale it down a little bit from the center, right about there, and zoom in and move it right about there. Create another duplicate, use the move tool, move it up a little bit, right about there, and Control T to scale it down a little bit, right about there, and move it in the center. I think that's just fine. Looks good. Go to back. Need to move this one a little bit, so select the vector, like this, move it around here, like that, and check if it looks good. Yep, looks perfectly nice. You can create any kind of shape you want, but I think this is sufficient for me. I'm gonna move it right about there. Move right about there. Not too much. It's completely based on the pixels, the position of the texture entirely. So just use your eyes as the best. There we go. So I'm gonna keep it as it is, and now I'm gonna create a logo for that. So add another vector layer, and we're gonna add another text layer, create a box, and I'm gonna create caps lock on in GameX. And first of all, I'm gonna select this text, which is on this side. Sorry. Let's just select the X and scale it up about 36. Select the game, change the size to about 22. That looks good. Also change the color, I think. Change it to bluish, and this one to yellowish. Looks good. Probably turn it down to the more darkish tone, like that. Probably a little bit more. Let's just use this cursor. Not too much. This to yellow. This one to something else. This looks good, I think. Yep, looks good. Also change it to bold. Save, close. There we go. Move it down a little bit, right about there. And Control X and Control T to scale it down a little bit, right about there. And that looks good. And move it right about there in the center. So save the file, Control S. Yep, that looks good. And now we're gonna turn off that layout grid here, which is about there, I think. This one. And now we can export this texture into Blender. So first of all, export, save it as PNG, which is about there. God, Krita, PNG, save. Compression level, I'm gonna keep it down to 1. Save. And let's go back to the Blender. There we go. And let's go to the global view, just this. And make sure you select this grid and open up another caddy here or the window for the shader editor. There we go. And now we're gonna move that texture into this, just this, move it here, and now I'm gonna connect this to base color, and you can see we have this, right? So it's already looking pretty nice, but the texture is a little bit overboarding from bottom, so I'm gonna go to edit mode again, go to this. Probably scale it on the y-axis a little bit, and I'm gonna try to reposition it a little bit from the bottom, so move it down on the y-axis just a tiny bit. And try to adjust it a little bit, or you can simply go to Krita and try to move it up a little bit on this section. Use the move tool and move it up right about there. Use the cursor keys to move it up and down, and now I'm probably export it. Use Krita PNG, save, replace it, yes. And in Blender, try to reload it. Yeah, that looks good. Yep, that's perfectly looking nice. And we have a logo as well as power. It's looking good. And as we have applied this texture with this layer, right, you can see there are some changes going on these buttons, right? And this is happening because this entire black texture is actually one single material. So we need to change this to a separate material from these buttons, and to do that simply go to here and create another instance for that, and right down there guard material, guard matte. Here we go, and for these buttons simply delete this texture, and now it is restored to the previous version. So there we go, and now we're going to create texture for this front panel for these buttons. So let's go down with that. And before making that, one thing we need to do is I'm going to add a text for these buttons, because I want the text for these buttons as a topology based rather than the texture based. But that's completely a personal choice. You have another mindset, you can completely do it as you want. But I find myself a little bit more appealing with the topology extrusion, so I'm gonna add the blender's text on these buttons. So move the cursor here, and I'm gonna use text. Where is there? Rotate it on x-axis like that. Where is this? Yeah, too much. And I'm gonna write down caps lock select. And now I'm gonna go to the material section first, and I'm gonna apply the red color. Any color you want, yes, that's just completely a personal choice. That material, and I'm gonna extrude it up a little bit right about there, and I'm just gonna scale it down. Sorry, and I'm gonna scale it down right about there. Extrusion is too much, so crank it down. Probably 1 millimeter is enough. Yep, that looks just fine. There, scale it down. Right about there, and just drop it. Move it back a little bit. I think that about there is just fine. Yep, looks good. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this, move it on the x-axis here, and I'm gonna go to edit mode and write start. Go to the front view, there, move it there, and they're not going to be visible that much with red color, but actually they look more realistic as we have seen the actual Game Boys. But you can add any color you want. You can simply go here and add a black color if you want to, like that. If that works perfectly fine for you, but for me red works just fine. You can actually make them shine a little bit more with the proper lighting and all. So that's completely up to you, that how good you are at lighting, how creative you are with the lighting and the color. So I'm gonna leave that part to you, which you're gonna learn further down the road as you're gonna become more professional 3D artist. So now let's just create textures for this front panel. Let's go to the front view, and again go to edit mode, select the whole mesh, and I'm going to use the project view again. So you project from view, bounce, and there we go. Here we have the buttons looking pretty much stretchy. Let's just use the bounce and see how it's gonna look like. This looks quite normal actually, so I'm gonna keep it this way. So I think I'm gonna use this rather than that. So select it, scale it up a little bit right about there, probably move it down a little bit, move it in the center here. That's where it's right. And I'm gonna use it as it is rather than attaching to the bounce, because it has perfect topology right about the size. And now I'm gonna select this, go to UVs, export layout, and layout, and we have this front section, and you can also check the size here, right? So save the layout, and let's go to the object mode, probably turn on the solid view, and let's go to the Krita. And now here we're gonna create another file, new, right about the same size, create, and this is going to be the new file. And make sure you guys keep saving these files. So select this cursor, hide the background, add another one, fill layer, keep it black this time. Okay, perfect. move it down. I think this is just perfect here. Now we need to drag out that layout into this window, and then we have the layout folder. So I'm gonna select the front section, drag it down here, insert new layer, and there we have. So the first thing first, I'm gonna add a text here for the buttons, but before that, let's just add another vector layer so that we can add these details onto the new layers rather than the same one, which can be a little bit destructive approach for the texture creation. So use this text, add text, A, like this, add bold, and I'm gonna crank up the size to about 36, I think. Let's see how it's gonna look like. Pretty dope. Okay, so let's go to inside again, scale it down a little bit, about 22. Still too much. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's about right. Now move it down right about there. If you still think that size is too much, you can simply crank it down a little bit more, which I'm feeling it is. Let's just keep it to 11, and that's about right. Yeah, move it about there. Do Control J to duplicate the layer and move it here, and add B. Save, close. There we have B. And now I'm gonna add another text here. So Control J and move this layer about there, and here I'm gonna write down my own channel name, which is DG Force. You can write down any name you want. It's just me, it's my channel, and that's what I want with it. That's why it's a custom, right? So move it right about there. That looks just fine. Probably activate a white background. I'll hide this, and right about there. This looks just fine, I think. Let me check from the distance. Yep, that completely looks just fine to me. Right about there. Probably down a little bit on vertically. Yep, that looks good. Now simply activate the dark background. Hide this. Also hide the layout. Is this, and now I'm gonna export this texture with transparency in the background, because the transparency is gonna help us to maintain the red color on our Game Boy, and this text is going to act like texture, as well as we can change any color if we want to on this texture, on this text. So I'm gonna hide this black background because I'm simply going to use the transparent mode. So simply export front section, change it to texture because that one is layout. Save it is, and make sure you activate this store alpha channel, which is the transparency. Okay, now let's go to the blender and activate the render preview mode. Is this, and I'm gonna drag that texture into here, select this one and move it right about there. And now if I connect this to this one, you can see we have the text right on the place, right, which is really looking awesome. But the color of our Game Boy has turned to black. Also, we have a little bit issue here, but we can fix that later, so don't worry about that. So now what to do? Well, one thing we need to do here is we need to change this texture to a non-color texture, or is a linear color. Both are same actually. I'm gonna use a linear, and I'm gonna cut this down. And to use this texture, both as a texture as well as a bump, which is gonna help us to, create some sort of bumpiness in the surface with the text. So we need to use this texture first of all as an invert. So press Shift A, go to color, and use this invert. And now select this to here. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna connect this color to base color, this color to the alpha, and also I'm gonna add a bump by going to vector, bump, and I'm gonna connect this to here with the height, and also connect this normal to normal. There we go. But nothing has happened here, right? So what to do now? Well, first of all, press Shift A, let's go to converter and add a color ramp here. See? And now deselect this, and first of all select this color ramp node inside this caddy, which is the white, which has a white color, and simply duplicate this color onto this, and now connect it back. And now you can see our text has a little bit bump on it, because if I change this value, you can see it is completely affecting the bump, right? You can also change the distance if you want that how much bumpy you want it in the distance. So I'm going to keep it minimal, about 0.3. I'm also going to turn down the strength a little bit, right about there. And now we can simply manipulate the colors, and I want to change this black color to white, so select this, change it to white. So nothing happened, right? We are only changing the color on the outer edge of this text, but not the actual text, right? Because we have used the alpha transparency here, which is actually letting us apply the color on the outside, but not on the inside, but only onto the outer border of the text. So we need to disconnect the alpha here. There we go. And here we have the text. Now you can change the color of this text. Simply select this node, change it to yellow or green or blue or anything you want, but I think the white is perfect. I'm gonna keep it as it is, and there we go with the text on the front section. Simple, easy, and perfect, right? You can simply use this concept to write down the text over here, but for me the topology one looks better, more realistic approach actually. So I'm gonna keep it as it is. And for the background sake, and again we have the same material for all around the Game Boy, so I'm gonna select this lid, go to edit mode, and I'm gonna see which parts are actually coming in contact with this text over here. So I'm gonna select the mesh, scale it down, and I'm gonna move it outside this text, right above there. See? Clean. It's looking pretty awesome. And now we are done with the front section text, and now we only left with this label as well as this cartridge. Also left this display, so we're gonna work on that. And now I'm gonna select this display, and I'm gonna add a texture here for this display. So let's just change it to render view like that. And for texture, I'm going to use a texture I have downloaded from Pixabay. I'm not gonna use any game's cover image for the sake of copyright content. I think companies have their own thing about that, so I'm definitely going to avoid that. Even if it is or not, I don't care. I'm just not gonna use that. So for the sake of demonstration, I went to Pixabay and found a couple of pictures which I could use to show you how you can simply apply the texture. So for that, I have a texture from Pixabay. Here I'm gonna load there, and I'm going to simply connect it to the emission, which is here. And as I have connected this, you can see nothing is visible, right? And why is that? Because we haven't unwrapped that display from the center. And to do that, let's go to the front section, go to edit mode, like this, view, and project from view, bounce. And there we go. The entire mesh is on the image, right? Looking pretty nice, pretty dope in the center. And by the way, if you guys found any kind of roundness in the edge or any curviness to the texture, you can simply go to edit mode and add a loop cut in the center, and then apply bevel to add proximity loops to the side. That curviness shows up when you don't apply any proximity loops from the inside. So that's the solution. So now we have texture in the front. Now you can simply crank up the emission if you want to. Like, this is dull, this is too much. I think I'm gonna keep it above 0.8. It's fairly good because the displays aren't that bright. So keep it minimal as much as possible. And now for this label, I'm gonna use another picture from the Pixabay, which is right about there, which is Super Mario's. So I'm gonna connect this, thanks to the artist who have shared this on the Pixabay to use, so that we can use that. So connect it here, and there we go. By the way, this plane, cube, and the other primitive shapes mostly are default unwrapped, so that's a good news. But you can check it from the edit view like that. Yep, perfectly nice. So you can turn down the roughness if you want, or crank it up, depends on you. It's completely personal choice. Same for the down. I have created my own texture for this, which you can create by looking at the picture. So this one I have, and I'm gonna connect this here. There we go. And this one is not unwrapped, so go to edit mode, go to the front view, go to the back view, unwrap this time, or you can simply use project from view, bounce again, scale it down on y-axis like that, fit it as much as possibly you can, move it up a little bit on the y-axis, but it is not kind of working out correctly, right? So press U again, project from bounce, and now I'm gonna keep the shape as it is. Just scale it down on y-axis like that, move it up a little bit, right about there, and scale it in probably on x-axis right about there, and looks good, but a little bit not working from this side. So select these, move them down a little bit on y-axis, and we got the trouble again. Select it entirely, move it down right about there. I think that just looks good. A little bit from this side again, probably move it down. This one works. Select this one, move it down just a little bit right about there, and make changes here just a little bit. Move it down on the y-axis, move it down on z-axis just a little bit, you know, to fit the size, and there we go, and we have the label. By the way, this label is created by me with Krita. You can see I have written the CG force, the KMax model number and all. You can check these details out here by stopping the video and simply create in the Krita and just simply write it down as you want, and then simply move it here. So here we go with our Game Boy, completely set up with textures, materials we needed to create it. By the way, few cartridges have written Nintendo over here, right? So writing that down, I'm not going to do that in this tutorial for the sake of copyright, obviously, but you can do. By the way, we need to unhide that lid on the front. I'll touch. There we go, looking more realistic with the glass on the front. You can also add scratches or, you know, surface imperfections by using roughness techniques. There are a lot of tutorials available. You can also check on my another tutorial, which is CGI beer mugs, in which I have used this roughness to, you know, add a lot more imperfections on the glass surface. You can check the link in description box, or you can check the link over here. So what we was talking about, so yeah, so we were talking about the Nintendo tag. So you can simply use the same technique as we have done here. Simply create a texture, set it to non-color or linear, and then only use it with bumps, and simply crank it up and crank up the value. Try to use it with the white color first, and if it works perfectly, then fine. If it doesn't, try to use the invert selection, so then it's gonna work to, you know, create the bumps inside. So that's how it's gonna work. So that's here our whole Game Boy with the color set up completely, and in the next section we're gonna render this out for the final output. So let's get ready for that. So before going for rendering, one thing I missed to tell you guys, that we haven't created a hole for headphones jack. So we're gonna create it right down there in the center. So let's go to edit mode, and you can simply create a hole with this loop in the center. So add loop cut here, right about there, and you can simply flat it out on x-axis like that. Move it right about there, and that's good. Similarly on this side, flat it out on x-axis and move it up like that. Yep, right about there, and take a look on the top. Yep, looking perfectly fine, no problem at all. So now what I'm gonna do is simply select this vertex, and let me just move this here, and now we're gonna select this vertex here, and I'm gonna delete it. And same as before, select these vertices, loop tools, select circle, and rotate it on z-axis to make sure all the vertices stays a little bit in smoothness. There we go. Now extrude it on the z-axis like that, and fill it in. Also shift D, duplicate, and press P to separate from the mesh so that we can create a jack from that. But first of all, select the inner edge once again, which is this. Press Ctrl B, add a subdivision in the center like that. Similarly select these, and there we go, like that, and Ctrl B, just like that. Awesome, and perfectly created. Now select this face move it up. First of all, let's just apply the all transforms and add a origin point to the center. Now move it down right about there. Now move it down right about there. And now I'm gonna go to edit mode and extrude it up like that. Looking good. Now I'm gonna select the face mode, this, and I'm gonna insert in like that and extrude it back right about there like that. But you can see we have a little bit of troubles here, right? So I'm gonna add a loop cut in the center here. Control B, add a bevel like that. Similarly, I'm gonna apply a bevel here in the and similarly I'm gonna apply a bevel on this edge. Control B, add subdivision in the center right about there. Looking good. Let me just get rid of that. Move it back like 0.01. Yeah, that was good. And I'm also gonna move this up a little bit, so, tight the end completely. So add a loop cut here. Add a loop cut here. Move it back a little bit. Yeah, now that's looking nice. Also, we need to add a bevel inside. Control B. Awesome. Now everything's looking just fine. Probably add an inset here. Retain the shape. Yep. Let's go out, and then there we go with the jack. Now select this and remove these textures because we're gonna apply a black texture, black matte, which is this. Looking awesome. Now let's switch to the render preview mode, see how it's gonna look like. Yep, looks good. Move it up a little bit, right about there. I think it's good. And I'm gonna parent this with this mesh. So select this and Control P and parent it with the object. Nice. You can simply increase the size a little bit. I think the size is a little bit small. So select this mesh carefully, very carefully on this side. Deselect these. Awesome. Now we're gonna scale up a little bit on Z axis. S, Shift Z, scale it up, probably right about there. And by the way, you can also check the dimensions on Google. I'm not doing it right now, but you can. So select this, go to edit mode, select it, scale it up on Z axis, right about there. On Z axis, right about there. Yep, looking good. And there we go, looking awesome. So now let's just start working on our lighting. So let's just go to this render preview mode, the actual one, the final rendering. Make sure you turn down all the lightings on this world view and also turn it down to black completely. And now we're gonna create the lighting for our Game Boy. So first of all, make sure you create a window this side, turn these down completely. And first thing first, what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna remove this, change to 3D view. Awesome. And now I'm gonna create a camera view, which is going to be about there. And I'm gonna add a camera, the only first camera in scene, right? So first we're gonna change our view to the camera view, and to do that simply press Ctrl 0. You see, and now press 0 again to come out. With this we actually selected our camera view on the controls. So now we want this camera to simply quiet the position from which we are actually looking at our Game Boy. Okay, so to do that we're gonna press Ctrl, Alt and 0, and you can see the camera has already came on to this position, right? But first of all, I'm gonna change this camera size from here, change it to 1080. 1080 is going to 1:1, and I'm gonna press N. Also change this camera view to this. Just simply go to this window, press numpad 0 button. Let me activate the screencastings. I always forget to activate these. So now you can see it better. And I'm also gonna turn down the pass portrait. So you might ask, what is that? So select the camera, go to this camera icon or camera properties. Simply go to viewport display and crank up this pass portrait value. Everything outside this camera view is now dark. Okay. And now we're gonna press N on our keyboard, and I'm gonna go to the view and I'm gonna activate this camera to view, which is gonna help me to adjust the camera position in the 3D viewport as the selected window. So move it back a little bit, right about there, and I'm gonna turn it off now. Go to the items, I'm gonna move it down a little, and I'm gonna move it down up a little bit, and like that. Go to views again, and move it back right about there, and that's good. Yep, camera position looking perfectly fine here. So now we have perfectly adjusted our camera. Press N to hide this caddy on the properties window, and now we're gonna add lighting. So to do that, first of all, make sure you have selected the EV rendering engine, and now we're gonna activate this render preview mode. You can only see the display, right, but nothing else. Okay, so let's go to the top view. We have camera, and now let's just add our first light. Shift A, light, area light, and go to the front view, and I'm gonna rotate it on y-axis with 90 degrees, negative 90 degrees, and just press and just 90 degrees and just enter, and scale it down like a lot, and I'm gonna move it back right about there. Go to front view, move it up a little bit right about there, bring it close. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna turn down the intensity a little bit to about 3, yeah, for now, so that we can experiment later. And we have the light here, and rotate it towards there a little bit like that, and move it down a little bit, and reduce the size of this light a little bit, right about there. Move it down a little bit right about there, and let's go to the properties section and see what we can do here. First of all, what I'm gonna do here is, you can see we don't have any kind of shadows here, right? So activate the high bit depth, and I'm gonna change this cube size to 1024 because I'm gonna use 1K resolution for shadows for now. And you can see the light is looking pretty nice, right? But there are no shadows on the buttons, right? So I'm gonna select this light and activate these contact shadows, and now you can see we have the shadows right there, right? So now one more thing I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna crank down the size a little bit more, probably right about there, and also gonna turn down the intensity a little bit. I think right about there is good. And one more thing, we are going to render out this Game Boy Arts is like a without any kind of background, which means we are going to render this out with the transparency. So how we can do that? Well, simply go to these rendering properties and go down to this film and activate the transparent. There we go. Whenever you're gonna see anything pixelated like that in the background, just understand that it's a transparency. That thing is transparent from that specific area. So now we have added light, and I'm gonna go to the top view, and I'm gonna duplicate this light on this side like that, rotate it towards there, right about there. Gonna move it back a little bit, probably right about there. Yep. And I'm gonna turn down the intensity a little bit more, probably right about that. I'm also gonna duplicate this light again to the front, right about there, move it towards the Game Boy like that, and I'm gonna turn down the specularity like a lot. You can see how exactly our Game Boy is kind of looking, right? That's because of the bloom. If we turn down, we got this. So now that's up to you if you want this or not. Probably turn down the intensity a little bit, probably right about there. Now that's completely up to you how much you want to use it. Turn down the intensity a little bit, radius. That's kind of completely experimental, but yeah, for now let's just work on the light. So now things looking pretty nice, so I'm gonna crank up a little bit to about 1.5, and I'm gonna adjust the settings now. So this is about right, and turn down this one a little bit more like that, right about there. But the shadows are kind of missing, which is obvious. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go to the properties, and I'm gonna change the resolution of these shadows to about 2K, just this. are probably better. Move this light right about there, I think. Yep, that kind of looks good. Probably turn it back a little bit to give it a little bit more room to show up in the scene. Yep, things looking pretty nice. Move it down right about there. Probably there, because shadows kind of also makes the scene but also kind of destroys the scene sometimes. There is a kind of coordination between shadows and the lighting, so you need to spend a lot of time to practice this. Lighting is always kind of experimental. Every new scene is kind of new game, new puzzle. You have to work it out, you know, make it work. So that's about there for us. So now I think this looks good for the start. And what I'm gonna do here is now move it down a little bit on this side. Probably go to the front section, move it down, or probably move it up a little bit. Yeah, that's about there is good. Also turn down the intensity for this light. Just a very subtle touch right about there. Diffusion is kind of hard here, so turn it down a little bit more. I think it doesn't affect that much. Probably move it close. You can see we have effect here now. Looking good. Well, let's just render it out and see how it's gonna look like. So press F12 on your keyboard and see how the results gonna look like. Final results. It looks probably good. So you can also change the size of these lights if you want to. You can see there are multiple types of lighting here, right? So for the area lights, you can simply change their shape to whatever you want: square, rectangle, disc, or ellipse. So whatever makes sense for you, or whatever you can use more better, right? So that's completely experimental. You can use this and scale it up a little bit right about there. Also kind of looks good. So I think this is sufficient for now. You can simply render out the back side by simply rotating the model, or simply moving the lights on the back, or simply duplicating the lights, rotate them back and save it as a backlighting. But for now I think that's just sufficient, and I'm gonna render out the scene. So F12, render it out. There we go. And go to images, save it as PNG, Gameboy, GB, gonna save it as it is. Awesome. Now let's go to the Krita and try to make it better a little bit from the background. So let's open up a Krita, new file, 1K resolution, render size, which is 1080 and 1080. So create it. There we go. First of all, hide the background. Never like the white background. So the first thing first, I'm gonna go to there and I'm gonna select this render, shift it here, insert a new layer. There we go. And I'm gonna add a new fill layer and change its color from something about this. And right about there, I think that's just sufficient. Okay, press OK, there we go. And move it down right about there. Yep, looks good. But still we need to do a few things to make our render a little bit more better. You can see the Game Boy is looking a little bit dull. So I'm gonna go to the Game Boy and gonna add something, filter mask, and I'm gonna mess with the curves. So go to color adjustment and there we go. So first of all, I'm gonna increase the levels in the whiteness, so pump it up. You can see the increase in whiteness, the white tones, right? Also from the midsection, just a little bit. And I'm gonna select this node here, which is on the dark spot on the corner. Select this and move it back a little bit. Drop it right about there. And probably move it up a little bit. And add a node here. Move it down a little bit. Move it down this way. Try to work on this as much as possibly you can to improve the look, improve the exposure a little bit. Right about there, looks fine. Yep, the S shape is the best. Let's just press OK and see. Yep, our model is looking pretty nice, but one thing we need to add a little bit, I think. Add another filter mask, and let's just first move it here. I think this is a problem in Krita, we can't even move the caddy. add another one, filter mask, and I'm gonna go to hue saturation, turn down the saturation a little bit, crank up the lightness, probably at about there. I'm not gonna mess with hue, I don't need to, because that's right about there I think. Turn down the saturation just a little bit, probably right about there is good. That's too much. That's good. Yeah, now our render looks completely fine. So that's for the render. I have posted similar one on my Artstation page in which I have created a Game Boy color, and the render is also in red color and the blue background. You can check that out. But the lighting in that is just a little bit more advanced, which can be a little bit overwhelming for you as a beginner. So this basic lighting is already looking good. Model is definitely looking pretty nice in the render. Similarly, you can render out the backside, and you can simply put both the renders in one image and move it a little bit here and scale it down. Similarly with the backside on this side, as I have posted on Artstation, you can check these out. I will put the link in description box so that you can have a better idea, because if you want to experiment out, then it can really help you out. So that's it for this tutorial, guys. It's already pretty lengthy tutorial. I hope you learned something from this. So that's it with the modeling, texturing, lighting, and the rendering. That's it for the tutorial. If you guys really enjoyed the tutorial, please hit the like button, share and subscribe. And if you guys are really excited about sharing your results with me, feel free to tag me on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. Links are in the description box. So thanks for watching, stay safe, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.